Hey guys. For those who missed it, I'm back. Back in the action. Yeah, back in the action, we already won 2. 1-2, also one is a busted crown swap. And the other one is a choker swap. This was extremely busted. And the busted crown run honestly was also extremely busted. Yeah. Arguably, this run was more busted than this run. But yeah, despite the busted crown. Alright. So, yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, I'm back, guys. Welcome back. Oh man, I'm doing this challenge for me, like the fitness challenge. Where I basically say, hey, what would happen if before every Spire run I do the win streak multiplied 5 push-ups? So I basically dedicated myself to this. Doing push-ups multiplied. Also after I start the stream. Also before the run, before every run, I do the push-ups multiplied 5 win streak. Also win streak multiplied 5. And when I 100%. Yeah, 100%. I just did 15 push-ups. And I have to say, they are more difficult than when I actually did it 15 years ago. So I have to say the 15 is kind of the max now. So I will probably need to do it in sets from now on or something. I don't know. This is so weird. This is so freaking weird. Okay. Well. Naja, I guess this will also kind of limit the amount of runs we do per day. Funny. Yeah, I will not do a stupid before and after, you know, like taking some old pictures before or after bullshit, no. But I will also not push up on stream. I mean, I can, but I'm just maybe I will update you on the progress, you know, at some point. But I mean, I hope you will probably just see it naturally. I mean, no, but this is the thing, right? I mean, you don't want to have it, whatever. We will see. So you will at least always see my muscles pumped up when I start this, you know, like into the run, yeah. So good. Hey Chichinomiya, thank you very much for your sub. Arigatou gozaimasu. Happy. Sappushite. Sugoku ureishii desu. Ureishii. Good, very nice. Na good. Push-up cams. Yeah. Nee, the push-up cam is only for OnlyFans. That's right. Only apps. Yeah, the only apps. Or I'm Anatoly. I'm Anatoly the cleaner. Sorry. So I'm bullshit. Oh god. Okay, I hope you don't. I literally hope you didn't get this reference. Because if you did, no, whatever. Yo, what's up? We go sniping or not? Not. So we do this. Sure. So this into Into 3 elites, is that right? You always need to help me with that because like my it's still like very late / very early. Yeah, so I guess this fire here, and then we have 3 elites. 1 fire again. Also 1 fire again. 2 or 2 option for this. All goes through this shop, so no early shop into late burning elite. And slime was through Bayam. What, 1 more? Yes? What do you mean 1 more? 1 more after this? It depends on how it goes, yeah? Also how much my biceps burns. It already burns a lot. 1 more? Oh, you mean 1 more elite? Where is it? No, I don't see it. No, I think 3 is max. Oh. So... yeah. Also hier... yeah, and then we just take 5 hallways. Let's do it. Oh. How is it with the coffee dripper? Nothing really. Fights are becoming easier, but life is becoming more precious. Does that matter? Not really. I think with the coffee dripper, we will basically... I think it's easier with the coffee dripper, yeah? With the coffee dripper, it's easier to take all these hallways. Coffee dripper which we may win. Yeah, I guess coffee dripper increased to 95 to... after 95, but yeah. Whatever. It might increase it to 96 or whatever. We will see. So... that being said... it's also early runs. What I'm saying is we are also a little bit out of... I have not touched the Spire since 3 weeks, so really need to get in shape, get back in shape. Hey Jeffrey, thanks so much for a sub, man. Lifecoach is after the push-up, you have your biceps burning. I think you're doing something wrong. Yeah, I'm not doing them completely. I mean, I understand. Perfect technique and execution and all this crap. I mean, my philosophy is what works, works. Yeah, so it's kind of... I mean, I'm not doing them crazily inverted. I mean, I'm also not doing them like this, but I'm doing them like halfway. But, you know, there are different philosophies to that. And I think, like, if whatever burns, you use your muscles, you know. And, what else? Where do I actually feel it? I don't know. Everywhere. Okay. So what is the cut through fate? That's a pick. Because it's freaking super. Also super powers ultra coffee dripper. Hyper omega deck manipulation. The muscles that are supposed to work are the triceps and chest. Yeah, in theory, but it also kind of depends on the anatomy and everything, right? I mean, for me, for example, it's, yeah, I know what you're saying. It also depends on what you tension. It also depends on what your execution looks like. Then it also depends on how inverted you do them, or like, I mean, I don't do them with flat, but I have like sticks, whatever. Also not sticks, but you know, like, I don't know. You know, I know a lot of people who know a lot about, an awful lot about what you should do in order to get big muscles. But then you look at them and you really wonder whether they know even anything. So, what am I getting at? Yeah. It sounds to me very much like nutrition advice, you know. It's not as bad as that, you know. But there are an awful lot of people who know exactly what you should eat, you know. And I don't know. I mean, training regime and what you should do, how you should do. I mean, you know. We will see. Ja, also jetzt gucken wir mal, wie die Muscles blown. Whether they will. Oh, is it actually? Energy. Speaking of nutrition, how does my diet look like? Yeah, my diet. My diet looks like I eat whatever I want. And I also do my push-ups however I want. And let's see how it works, I mean, you know. Okay, what is the flurry of blows here? This is also insane. We scry away flurry of blows and then we bam. You know. The biceps feeling anything special after push-ups? Yeah, but it's also depends on how strong your biceps is, you know. I don't know. I mean, I'm not using my biceps for a lot of things, because probably usually you just don't use your biceps, but that is different if you do that, if you do this. I'm in the freaking, I can 50 kilograms. You know? Of course it's different, like whether you train your freaking biceps or not, but I'm not going to the freaking gym because I think it's a freaking waste of time, you know? I don't know if I'm going to push up or whatever, but honestly I do rather honest gardening work, you know? So yeah, sure, if your biceps look like this, because you think big guns is a big thing, like it's a good thing, you can shoot people with your big guns, you know? Especially women. Yeah, no, sure. That's a different thing, an entirely different thing. But, you know, I mean, na gut. Whatever. Ja. Schön, ja, das ist schon, passt schon. Jetzt gucken wir mal, ne? Das ist mir doch scheißegal. I don't care. Like, if I do my push-up routine, and afterwards my biceps is big as well, I mean, you know, what do I care? Hey coach, you did your push-ups wrong. Your biceps is too big now. Yeah. No problem. Okay. So. Ja, machen wir mal Bam Bam, oder? Bam Bam. Block. Oh. Yeah, that was for the flurry, but yeah. Okay. That's legal. I'm so freaking happy that we took all the whole way. Again, like no potion drops. Can you believe this? This is unbelievable. But it's very good because we hedged for it by taking a lot of these hallways. I'm so happy that we took so many hallways. So, and no, it's not Conjure Blade, guys. But the question is it Crescendo Crushant? Crushant is weaker because no Miracle. So leaves Crescendo. And with Crescendo we were very split on it. I think we concluded that we are break even on it, especially if the entire deck is not upgraded yet, it becomes slightly better. Because we can enter Eruption for 1 sometimes. And here, yeah. How is it, guys? Crescendo. Yeah, if you go infinite, it does exhaust, that's also good. And we have Flurry of Blows, it might not make it weaker. And if we go turn 1, we can even with all this energy sometimes burst them down. I think our last conclusion was that this is probably slightly okay to pick. We can just pick it again to confirm. Yeah, this is scissor range if you want that. Also Scissor in coordination with Eruption. That would have been. Hey, Epic Moose, thanks so much for the subman. Ja, also Scissor into, and that's the question halt, ja. Also I guess it's Eruption if that would kill. And you know what? It does. It freakingly does kill. Which is very, very, very convenient. Dex Potion. Dex Potion is utter garbage. So I'm very, very, very happy that we are doing these hallways. These hallways might even preserve us life. If you think about that, we have an average life loss of, for example, 5 or 6, let's say 6 normally, under normal circumstances. But with the scissors, it might maybe be 5, but then probably it's 6. With the scissors, right? Without the scissors, it would be probably much more. So, I mean, because usually you have a non-base deck. If you have a base deck, you probably take 10 plus average in advanced hallways. So we just assume that you don't have a base deck, and then advanced hallways will probably leech whatever, 7, 8 HP. But because we do have the 4 energy, it will probably only leech 5 HP from us on average. Now the thing is, we also find half a potion. And the half a potion is probably worth 6, 7 HP. So basically, fighting a hallway will save us HP, ultimately, if that makes sense. So, what do we have here? We have only, like, it doesn't make sense. The second crescendo never. Simmering Fury with the crescendo already doesn't make sense. Hey, MTG Mailing, thanks so much for the subman. So it doesn't make sense to pick any of these. Now, I'm even happier that we are walking this path. I mean, we got 2 real cards and 4 picks. 1 very break even. That's very average. That's whatever. But it's okay. I don't care. I'm very happy that we did this because the guard potions are unbelievably bad. Like after 4 fights having find this potion, it's ridiculously bad. Oh. Well, but yeah, whatever. We will manage. So I see 4 plus 7. Could start with the 7. Yeah, the strike alone would have not killed. So now we have 13 block. Well, I mean, that works. This is 8. Okay, no, this does not work, by the way. What the garbage. Okay. So, strike would be 8 and we don't want to end an eruption, yeah? So, if strike is 8. Yeah, but strike is only 8 if he actually receives strike. But it was also not a threshold for 1 strike, was it? No, there was also no threshold for 1 strike. So, the question is it better now to basically 4 energy and this is 5 energy? So is it better to actually go crescendo eruption? And I think the answer is yes. Because we can play the hand, and if we play the hand, how much damage is this? 18, 13. So this is a kill on 1. This strike kills another 1. So we already killed 2. And yeah, I mean, there's also the flurry, but the flurry doesn't have any significance. But it's obvious, right? I mean, we don't need to talk about this. I mean, that's just the line we have to take. Minus 11. I mean, given that was like a very threatening hallway fight, and given that we do not have any AoE in our deck, it's very fair. Another garbage potion. Hmm.  'Sanctity' is okay. Especially if we upgrade Eruption. Which we also do, because now we also have Sanctity. So that makes sense. Cutthroat Fate also makes sense. Dripping a little life feels okay, yeah, feels okay. Yeah, the trip was fun, absolutely. Yeah, we can also like swap back and forth. Yeah, I mean, I think that's very obvious, right? Even with a 4 energy. There was one line where we used the hallway first over the fire. Yeah, hallway over fire is kind of... again, I don't think it costs HP, but it gives 15... because the potion makes up for the HP loss. But 15 gold and the card is like 65. And the upgrade is probably rather 100. So... yeah. And also, like, if you get another potion... I mean, this is not even bad against Lager and the cubes. You know. This open is pretty strong next turn. 1, 2, 3. Is it so strong? Yeah, because we can basically preserve the flurry in the dude as well. Pretty insane. Also perfect turn 3 open. Having set up everything. With this in the hand. Again, being able to shuffle the flurry out is also a sick thing. There's some... No, there's not. We can pretty much always exit into Vigilance with this as well. We had 5 fights, 2 potions, means 50% for potion. I would definitely like to use some potion here. And I don't want to draw this crap. So probably Dex potion. Or unless we actually also have good block here. 6 block 14, 19. Or 18. 18 and then we also deal 18 damage. Yeah, I would do that. I would definitely do that. It's good damage. Good damage. Can also block next turn. Yeah, this should always confirm the kill over. With this we have at least yeah, so 36 for sure, and then then a little bit additional. I mean, this should definitely, also, I would be very surprised if it's not enough. So what are we afraid of if I flurry here? We are afraid that we do draw this but no other skills. I think easy flurry. Hey. The idea was if you only draw attacks, we also have crescendo. So yeah, which is okay. Yeah. So yeah, because 36, 48, as any strike, any cuts or any eruptions kill. So the only thing we don't want to see is double defend or what. If we draw double defend, we still block reasonably well. Naja, what I'm saying is, of course, we play crescendo into Sanctity here. Is that the case? I think so. Yeah, like the burst draws double defend, and if we really draw double defend, we do 6 life. That's about it. All other draws are insanely strong, yeah? Oh, meat on the bone, Huh. Meat on the bone coffee dripper. Huh. Freaking ridiculous. Thailand was great. Papa says, lol, the relics. Yeah, you see, Paparato sees these two relics and smells kind of a combo. How do these, like, of all the relics we have, which of them do generate a combo? Yes, that's right, these two. And what else? These last runs were really busted, each single one of them, like in completely craziness, you know. Also, Empty Mind as a perfect exit, as a perfect stance in between, perfect support for the Sanctity, perfect card draw for the Coffee Dripper, perfect upgrade for the Coffee Dripper. It's pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. Yeah, with meat on the bone, I definitely do the later, also the upgrade which transfers to the later. Yeah, preserved insect is also pretty good. That's pretty crazy. Everything. Yeah, the idea is keep the flex, but use the thorns, right? Unless it's Hexa Ghost, which is not. This elite is smart. This elite is smart because they are not reading elite. Yeah, pretty much, right? Okay, so you can either block a stupid slime, you know. Yeah. I'm not really sure. Oh, that's perfect. That was pretty good. It's just meat value. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, actually meat value is only 1. Maybe you can also just kill him. Snake oil, sure. Pressure points and consecrate. Yeah, the consecrate is not really, right? We don't want the early game. Consecrate is early game, and meat on the bone says let's not take the early game, and preserved insect says let's not take the early game. It's about the consecrate, yeah. So consecrate is solving a lot of early game stuff. For example, cubes, which we already said, like this and this. So the problem is, if we would only have this, we might still take it because we take 2 damage when we have this, but it doesn't make sense under our circumstances. Yeah. Yeah, and question mark directly before shop is better than this. And then there's crush joints, yeah. Yeah, crush joints, maybe, but maybe not. So, yeah. Mm. Ja. Also Cut Through, Strike, Vigilance or basically Probeum. Probeum is also possible. I think in our case I would like to play it slow. Yeah. Why? I think it's just stronger. We could calculate it through. I don't even think we need to. Or we keep it. Yeah, can snack or bailout. Hey, Uber Septimus, thanks so much for the sub, man. Yeah, we take the hit, sure. Bolt. What? Yeah, perfect meat on the bone utilization. Yeah, good that we got meat value, yeah. Okay. So, dead, yeah, we are dead, actually. How is it going at the moment? His favorite color is blue, by the way. Also being seen by the mantle, by the feet, even his legs are freaking blue. He's full of blue, guys. So, yeah, Coffee Dripper is super bam. You see the calm card. Do you? Instead of remove. Wow. Poxel? Yeah, the Poxel, yeah, well, I don't know. I don't know how much Poxel really is, but you take this over remove. Over remove. When we are facing slime boss, right? So we definitely, if you remove the pen. And now you're saying that the inner piece, I mean, inner piece is a good card, yeah? So, how many reels do we have? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Making it 15 with the inner piece. 15, 13, 15, 12, 13, 12, 11, 10. So with it now, I don't know. Difficult to say. Hmm. Seems strong enough to not buy inner peace. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure about inner peace, whether... As we could also just say the card is just generally better than remove, for example. Right? I mean, we could make that argument. Can we value this somehow? Can we somehow say, is it better or worse than remove? And why? I mean, in our case, it will generate a little bit of exit power. So the question is, do we want to have inner peace and one base defend in our deck? Or do we want to have none of them in our deck? So kind of with the idea, if we would draw inner peace and defend, what? Inner peace is almost infinite. Completely not, no. Like completely not. Nah. I think chances to go infinite is like very slim. Also if you don't force it, right? I mean the question, also forcing it costs percentages if you shouldn't do it otherwise. And I think if you put this inner peace, I mean, I don't even know what. Also first of all, we need a lot of removes for the infinite, and second of all, we don't even have an infinite yet. Yeah, also even with the removes, so I don't see that, no. But and we also already have like the package for the big deck, like Flurry of Blows. Yeah. Already. Very good. Yeah, so again, the hand with the base defend and inner peace. Is that hand like something we want to see? I mean, in the case where we play the inner peace for energy, what would that mean? It would mean 2 card draw and 1 energy for 2 energy. Is that good? Not really, no. Or we use it for card draw. What would that mean? That would mean we pay 1 energy and 2 cards for 1 card. That's also bad. So the remove is better. It's obvious, right? Also, we don't even want to go against slime boss and stuff. This is horrifyingly bad. Inner peace as well as defend. Against the knob, we also don't want to calm out. We want to deal the damage. So against the knob, it's also so much better. And this is putting aside if we even see another one. We might even see another one. Strength Lagavulin. I guess that's good for us. Starting with Empty Mind, I assume. Vault, Sanctity, Vigilance. It's basically nearly impossible not to be able to exit. I think it's the best open we have, by far. Hey, Strategy Games! Thanks very much for your sub. I guess we could have used flex, but we can also just flex on the... We can just flex on the slime boss. Okay. 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 Yeah, also very cool because we just had a very garbage ooze, right? How much life did the ooze cost us? 17, 24, 30, 35 HP. That was a really, really bad ooze, but I'm very, very happy that we have meat on the bone to make up for that. Very cool. So we could 15 block, we take 7. All option number 1. Option number 2, we play 1 strike and reshuffle. Strike is like to bring it to 35. And if we draw 1 attack, we already do kill. And if we end with Vault, we can also play Sanctity for more card draw. In the very, very worst case, we can even use a potion. Which should probably not happen, but I'm just saying we could. So here we play this into 3 energy of cards. If even. But yeah, we simply do. We just received the Omega combo, Giria Coffee Dripper. Giria Coffee Dripper. We had a flawless Burning Elitified. Five rewards. Max meat on the bone. And inner piece for free for those who want it. Still. I think for free is a good value proposition. I mean, this is probably 30, 40 gold. Maybe 50. This is probably 30, 40 gold. Maybe 50. And this is probably 70. I don't know. Fear Potion. Over Snacko, maybe. Snacko does deliver with Vault and Vigilance. It's like a draw potion, probably. I could see Fear Potion being maybe better than Snacko Oil. Is that legit? With all the card draw, maybe, yeah. Also, if you get more energy, it's certainly... I don't know, honestly. Which one is better? I guess. Because this is we can use better. So what up with the upgrade? Furia. Furia. What against Slime Boss is Big Burst. Yeah, I doubt that we actually need it again. Oh! I'm playing a little bit quick here. I was just thinking this guy still has not shuffled in the slimes yet. Use a potion would be the vulnerable potion. Yeah, we can do that, sure. I mean, we could burst him for what? Because of the rest side relic. 42, 42, 58, 68. That would be like 100, bring it to 35. Yeah, no, it's okay. But it's also not clean. Maybe Vault was a better idea? Yeah, because we knew that we will draw what we just draw. Was Vault... Oh, I should have played defense. Was Vault a better idea? Oh. I don't know. Vault. No, probably not, because it's better to Vault now. Oh, no, that's better. So, Yeah, that's good enough. That should be good enough. If we keep the eruption, we play around Risk of Ruin. Do we? And this also splits lower. 30, 41, 51, dead. Yeah, it's dead. It's on 1, no? Is it dead? Huh? Really? So Paparato says it's dead if you take the eruption. No. It's actually on 1. And now we have Risk of Ruin. Because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. So, scroll lesson learned. Now we should have taken. It was just a joke. I was memeing around. Correct play is of course to take the strike, and then to have the eruption in the guaranteed draw. That's of course the correct play. So brilliance, lesson learned, and scroll. So brilliance is nice. You fleshed out the worst card of these 3. I mean, actually there are 4 options. No, this is probably the worst of the 4 options. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, exactly. 1 versus 10 was the same HP and Wrath, which basically means the strike was absolutely legitimate, exactly. So, also about the upgrade here, yeah? Also we have 2 options. Lesson learned because of Giria, you say. Yeah, I don't know. Is it not a little bit too easy to say? I mean, is it? How much is the lesson learned? Is it 150? I don't know. Like, it's for sure a bit better with Giria. That's true. That's true. So let's assume it would be 150. Let's say we have Giria, it's 200. Is the scroll 200? Yeah. 150, 200, probably in the same ballpark. The scroll is making us better now. And this is not, you know. So this is very interesting. Why? Because meat on the bone is, you see, right? I mean, this is about meat on the bone. About nothing else. Like, scroll means we have less meat on the bone value. Because it makes us stronger now. And later, whatever, yeah? And lesson learned basically means, hey, you get a lot of meat on the bone value now. So this is like, I picked lesson learned, but it's about the meat on the bone. Okay, so yeah, you get some tuna salad. So see you after the tuna salad. And we also already have enough card draw as well. That is also true. Did I just read the or did I just read the watcher cards are bad? Nope. Okay. So yeah, the astrolabe. Yeah, why not, right? And what would you lab? Lab strikes. So that we can guaranteed lesson learned. And because we never take bites. Or we lab 2-1. So that we will still be able to remove all the strikes until the late game. Or we lab 1-2, because it's better for Act 2 elites. Especially if they're tiny. Especially with the Guri up. It's very tough to say. Oh. Yeah. Two strikes, one defend is good, because otherwise we lose also for the Sanctity too much. We lose too many skills for the Sanctity if we don't do 2 strikes. At least 2 strikes, maybe 3 strikes. But if we do 3 strikes, we might not have enough damage against even the tiny insects. So what did we get? We probably got really like a little bit bad cards, unfortunately. We got Nirvana for this Cry. How is it that? Not ideal. And Study? Garbage powers. No, the Study is okay. But Establishment is not so good, right? Huh. And the Establishment really wants to leave our deck infinite. Yeah, we can go infinite. Sure. But if we go infinite, why didn't we pick the scroll then? Okay. Isn't Establishment Wraith? It is Wraith at the moment. But we can also keep it and carry it around with the meat on the bone, fortunately. So how many real cards did we save? 14 before, right? So it should be 11 now, is that correct? 3, 4, 5. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 11, yeah. So 11 means, yeah, we are basically infinite. Yeah. So, Meditate is instantly infinite. Yeah, sure, yeah. Also true. So, what about this into one shot? Mainly because of the remove and then 3 elites. Does make the most sense, right? The other option would be question mark farming and hoping for a shot. 3, 6, 9, 12. Also lesson learned. No, fights. Fights are also good. Also definitely 3 elites. Elites have the biggest payout by far. With the insect and such. With the 4 energy and everything. So the next thing we want to, after the 3 leads, which is like forcing us into this, we can now think about, you know, 3, 6, 9, 12, like 30 maybe around-ish. And here we can choose between this or this. But if we do this, we go to 60% shop. Yeah, or we simply take the guaranteed shop. I don't know what's better. I guess the question marks very often also lets you invest your gold, right? So even if they are not exactly reading shop, we might just lose gold. For the side quest, yeah. We want what, apparitions or what? I don't even know about apparitions. We have meat on the bone. Are question marks even a thing? Upgrade all base cards is basically only remove. Dagger is much worse. Much worse. Yeah, guaranteed chop in an extra fight, yeah. I think so. Yeah, I mean the question marks, I don't know. Like, it doesn't hit me as very good to take the question marks, somewhat. Usually apparitions is amazing, but with meat on the bone it's not the case. Usually upgrade all base cards is amazing, in our case it's not the case. Usually dagger is amazing, in our case that's not the case. Yeah. So somehow doesn't seem very appealing. Ah, crescendo. Yeah, crescendo is, yeah, what about the innate curse? We have a crescendo already. The energy basically returns. It's not even complete. Yeah, instant payoff, right? Yeah, yeah. Wow. Wow. Crazy. So 58 damage. So we better play it slow. Yeah, study vault. Okay. Oh, 21. I'm so happy that we have all the powers running. Like one inside every turn. One extra inside every turn. One Probeum. What do I pray to God? What do I mean? Because of the Spire RNG or why? No, not really, no. So what is happening here? Yeah, the inside every turn, pretty good. I like that. Played like 20 cards and still took 1. Yeah, it's true. But look at this try. Oh. All this work for one upgraded base card. Deceive reality. With the deceive. With the upgrade. With the power. With the Omega establishment. What? With the dexterity stone. Lesson. Yeah, no, it doesn't upgrade. Yeah. Yeah, we also have safety into sanctity. Yeah, sure. There's the spoon. Spoon is usually very good. Gives us more upgrades. Yeah, so these not exhausting is not ideal. But it's also not that bad. I mean, the safeties are not that horrible, right? The insights is insane. The vault is insane. Yeah. Yeah, let's take the spoon. A duplicator. Let's duplicate 2 walls. The vigilance, I'm not so sure. Is that a thing? Probably. I mean, since we have the crescendo. So what is this with the book? We get the card roll running. Four, 6, 8, 9. I lost a little bit the overview. So how do we do it? I guess like this? Oh, base upgrades. Bum, bum. Okay. Yeah, bowling bash with 10 balls we don't need. Oh, marbles. That would have been good. Oh. No, yo, no, yo. Yeah, also we haven't found any potions. Power. Right, we could have played Crescendo and Strike. Yeah, but on the other hand, we have this everything gets cheaper. Like, very nice as well. It's probably better. We take some damage, but that's okay. Right. Also the damage means we get puzzled, which is also nice. Okay. So we have some risk of ruin if you play Eruption Vault. Is that correct or incorrect? We also don't need to do it. Yeah, is it risk of ruin? I don't even know. Probably not. And Scry is also with the power. Ja, Snapnot, ja. Also at the moment I have the Spire, so I'm very occupied with the Spire. Okay, so what is here? There are no bad draws, right? 1, 2, 3. There are no bad draws if we go Eruption. So we might as well just do it. Yeah, vaulting again makes the most sense. Nothing can go wrong with it if they never get their turn. Wait, did I shuffle the... Yeah, that was wrong. I should have not played the Flurry. This is also block if you play this. So Vigilance 25 take 8. Establishments is for the entire fight or what? No. What? Does it come back as 0? Oh, it's for the entire fight. Wait, so if it actually comes back with the spoon, it will become 0 energy 12 block. That's not bad. Well, that is why it's so infinite. What is infinite? The Spoon Study Infinite. Yeah. Ah, that's what you're talking about. Yeah, sure, sure. I understand. The usual Trollolol Infinite, yeah. Ah, guys. Very good. Oh no. No! Please stop. Oh my god. No, what? Nee, hey. No, schon wieder Base Strike, man. Ah, okay. Oh, wait, these. Hey, it's so good because we haven't found any potions, so now we definitely find. Man. Oh, we have Perseverance. That's pretty sick. Oh, Perseverance is so good. Do we take Perseverance or what? It's ultra sick, right? Yeah, it's super insane. This Perseverance is so completely busted. It's so freakingly busted. It's unbelievable how strong it is. This is freakingly crazy. What? 5 block? 5 block? Watch and learn. 5 block, man. What, Kappa? What Kappa? No, just isolate the good cards if they are actually good. What do you mean? This Perseverance is yeah completely insane. And what the hell? It's fun. Fun! The Perseverance! It's freakingly busted, insanely strong here. Like what? What? Hey. What it blocks for 5? Yeah, for 5. Yeah. Sure. Let's see about that. Yeah, and it also already blocks. Yeah, for see. Hey, man, oh man, hey. Guys, hey, Troll City is not far away, guys. Troll City is really not far away, fortunately. Hey, do you know the way to Troll City? Yeah, it's right here. Okay, so what is this? No. 22 and this. I'm pretty good. It comes upgraded. Yeah, it freaking comes upgraded. 10 extra. Meat on the bone, 10 extra. What do we even need? More card draw? Yeah, what means need? I mean, I mean, let's say we do not really complain about it. Kind of. Inner peace or deceive is better, yeah? Study snake. Study snake is not ideal. Oh, the crescendo! And now it like discounted. Nice. Very nice. Yeah, 0. Sure. At some point we need to deal the damage. World's best establishment run. This is amazing, yeah. Really nice. Innate curse, they said. Yeah, innate curse, they said. And now our entire deck revolves around it. That's right. Take this, doubters. Okay. Yeah, also the insights go lower with this. Oh my god. Hey, this is your combo left and right. Left and right, guys. Yeah, just look at this. Zack! The entire hand costs 0. What? Impossible. How is that even possible? Man. Hey, why are we blocking so freaking heavy? And also tail whipping forever. Yeah? I mean, I don't know. I don't know what this is. We are taking this very slow, guys, for those who didn't realize. We are playing this very slow. Why does he always... I mean, this is so good for us as well. But yeah. Turn 11? Yeah. Turn 11, right. Where's the book? Where's the book? Ah, yeah, there. Cool. Evaluate seem pretty sick, right? Evaluate is pretty insane. Oh, Evaluate is super insane, right? Yeah, Evaluate is super insane. But the meat on the bone is carrying this run so hard. The meat on the bone. We didn't even get any meat on the bone in this act yet. I mean, come on, guys. Also, the question mark or monster? Yeah, monster what for the upgrade. On the other hand, apparitions are so good now as well. Okay, we upgrade one card. That would be Perseverance or what? Nah, it could actually also be Vault. Vault is a reoccurring energy upgrade. That's pretty insane. Okay, others do see a difficult fight. I see 3 upgrades for our deck. What you're not understanding by Evaluate is insane. Yeah, because of the reoccurring card draw with the spoon. Okay, Establishment we said was good. This is free and this is also pretty good. This is insane. The Establishment is really, really good here. Oh, did we have a 0 damage turn 1 Slaver? That's not ideal. So this energy comes back. Now we have the option between this or this. This gives us 1 insight into the dude. This gives us a safety which goes to 0. Okay. Right. Let's see how this goes. Why was it 8 damage? Why do we have so much power? Powerful. Nirvana is not clear. We could also play Strike instead. Did it come back? Did it come back? No. Right. Tears in my eyes. Okay. But surely not. You mean now we are really too strong or what? To take it, kind of. Or why? Nah, I guess there are still some upgrades in the queue. 3, 4, 5. I actually like it. Yeah. Positive, guys. Guys, forget your freaking tier lists. Like imagine tier list. Hey, is it good or not? I check my tier list. I just ignore all our relics. Nee, let's just ignore all the relics. I mean, how could anybody ever get the idea to not pick Perseverance? Like, this is the freaking best card in our deck. Yeah, like crazy. And it's like not taking it. I don't know. I don't know why you would ever even consider such a devilish thing. I really don't know. Thailand broke me. Yeah, Thailand broke me. That's probably also why we already won 2. This is probably the reasoning. Probably the reasoning. Power potion over flex or something? Is that a thing? What power would we want? Yeah. No idea, but the flex is also not exactly what we are looking for, right? Could have taken a look at these cards first. Whoa! Is that the retain 2 energy card? Cut through fate is Scry. Scry with Nirvana. Also yeah, we even have the White Beast. So we can use the power against the boss. So yeah. You would like to take this protect. Can we very quickly talk about how we deal the damage? I mean, then our blocking game is completely checkmarked. And we deal the damage with any flurry of blows which comes into our way, right? It's basically that we deal all the damage with flurries. Because the flurries will be massively enhanced. We might even deal all the damage with this one specific flurry. Yeah. You like the Scribe for the block. Yeah. I mean, I guess at this point we will see one more remove, which we can put on the non-upgraded defend. So no idea. Oh. no idea, man. Oh, this is too much good stuff. Yeah. Okay, protect the 0 energy 16 block, and you're telling me that 0 energy 16 block is pretty amazing, right? Overthinking game 4. Yeah. I mean overthinking. I know what you're saying. It came back for more, guys. Too easy. You know what's funny? It's like a wishing concerto. Like the concert, you know? Wie die Fiedel. Es wird gefiedelt. It's the sound of the music of what you like. What I'm saying is, so I'm saying, okay, I wish for a flurry of blows. Now the Spire says, oh yeah, I heard your wishes, and I grant you a second wish, you receive it upgraded here. Now this is our damage solution. We have the blocking solution already. Now this is our damage solution. Yeah. We had the blocking solution already, and now we pick the damage solution. I just repeated myself 3 times, you just didn't realize. Okay. Lift or Smith? Smith is nonsense. Lift. Oh. Ja, also Deva Form Vault. No? Also pretty insane. I Watcher is schon a lot of fun, I have to tell you. This is definitely fun. Was a reality this? Oh, sure. Okay, so I guess we can spam a little bit, yeah? I guess so. Der D-Tier Power, ja, genau, the Bad Watcher, ja, genau. Exactly. Gerade. Was 32. Yeah. And we actually want to take 2 damage so that we draw the cards. 1 damage. Yeah. Tropic Brew. Sash Wisp is weakness infliction. Not bad. Yeah. What the purple, yeah, it's okay, right? I mean, permanent weakness and such. We take this. We could wait for Weave. Yeah, but if Weave doesn't appear, we are very sad. So let's not do that. Excellent. Yeah, I lost a little bit the overview again. Okay, sure. Absolute, okay. Yeah. That's right. Oh, Crescendo goes directly to 0. Yeah, Flurry Plus is the thing, right? Oh. Oh, our deck is already upgraded. Wow. How is deck managed against Time Eater? Yeah, complete annihilation of the Time Eater, sure. What else? How could it be any different? Mother was bad. Water. The book. Wait, it's not important any longer, right? I mean, this is the last upgrade now. Tranquility for 0. 0 energy generates 3 energy. But third eye? For what? The book is like out of things, no? We don't have book value any longer. Now what I'm saying is, for what is like, I mean, our deck doesn't really our deck doesn't really have that many garbage cards any longer. And if there are not many garbage cards, yeah, basically. Empty body. What does our deck currently? I mean, you know, like what's happening here? So there's one eruption in the entire deck, or what? It's a little bit little. And we already have 2 exits here, right? So we have one. Let's make it 1.52. 1.52 corresponding 2.5. 1.52, 2.5. Yeah. So we certainly don't need this empty body. The giant head. poor soul. Right? Centrum. Oh, we just didn't use our things, yeah? Wow. We just didn't use our energy. What? Whether it's still possible to throw this run? Yeah, I don't know about your capabilities. I mean, no idea. And what is the question? I mean, it's every run is throwable if you just try hard enough. And nearly every run is also winnable if you just try hard enough. Not exactly sure what the question is. It came back for more, but not really. Yeah. Mental Fortress here. It's option. It's only option because it's upgraded. If it wouldn't be upgraded, I probably wouldn't care. Cut through fate upgraded. Hard to say. Probably yes. But only because of the flurries, I guess. Could use top 3. Yeah, so how is it? Cut surface for the dudes, right? Oh, Vault is also pretty slick. What a garbage. What a garbage. God, we have a lot of these. That's not enough, or what? Hey, creator! Thanks so much for your raid, man. Very mucho appreciated. We are currently in this very interesting watcher run. I mean, one of the very many interesting watcher runs. And it's like interesting, like always. It's a lot of fun as well. We also created a very massive power hyper watcher ultra gear buffed up strength. Coffee dripper, coffee addicted, hyper skim scry flurry of blows, hyper angry, partly weakened utility stance, master reality establishment study watcher with a spoon, right? With a spoon inside, hyper retain, generation watch. Yes. Blasphemy would come upgraded. Not really, right? Just lucky. It's a 0 energy card, which will come upgraded. Which will also block. But blasphemy with your memory, yeah, right? How does that make sense? You mean bling bling, yeah. And Nirvana, yeah. And Nirvana. And scry, and damage, and block. And everything. It's good for sure. Good for sure. Crazy. Really crazy. Talk to the hand. Yeah, that's just, looks like a strong deck, right? Hand is pretty good. You mean infinite amount of hand. I'm sold on it. Remove. Defend. No. Remove strike because there are artifacted enemies. Yeah, what a garbage turn. The medikit, yeah, with the spoon, the medikit is not any good. And even in general, because the one burns you the card you draw. And that's kind of very bad. Yeah, I could have probably just weakened. Whatever, I guess. Oh, I mean, pretty good thus far. Not bad. Not bad at all. Oh. Okay. Oh no, man. I would really like to play this book. Can we somehow get this book? Maybe with a cut through fate. Ice cream. The windmill strike of the gods. Probably not. I mean, if you wouldn't not have so many flurries, it would actually make a lot of sense. This one is bait, yeah, probably. Probably. No, it's probably bait. Like maybe. I mean, maybe 0 energy, 30 damage, maybe 40. Already a bit of hand clock sometimes. But windmill strike is like dagger, but better. Yeah. You like it, yeah? The Spire is very demanding. The Deceive Reality is not good any longer, right? It's just not so good. I think Deceive needs to go. Yeah. It's just not so good, this Deceive Reality. Costs a lot of energy, doesn't do much. Oh. Yeah, we wasted like 1 node. For that we got question mark. Oh. Naja. What, another innate curse? Which one? Ah, the things, yeah, I see. Yeah, about this windmill strike. Naja. Ha! J. Revit says, I wonder how many doubters we would have this run if it would be in earlier times. Yeah. I mean, people are hard to be convinced, right? I read some bullshit like the other day on a very specific website where it was something about the infinite on the Watcher, and somebody argued that it's not optimal gameplay to go infinite. And then there was like some Redditor, oh, now I actually disclosed the web page, and he was arguing that, yeah, like this was some bullshit. Like, no, it was like literally so freaking hilarious, because the one guy was like, yeah, but it's optimal to go always infinite, kind of, because it has been proven, like, you know, like this stupid stuff. And then there was the other guy, but yeah, but you can play the Watcher in so many ways. It's just more difficult, but only going infinite doesn't make too much sense, right? And then the other guys, yeah, and he basically pointed out that we are doing that, right? And then the other guy was like, yeah, that might be true for Lifecoach, but the average Redditor is not on that level. Therefore, it's optimal, and he actually used that word, to just go infinite always for the average Redditor. And that comment was like, and this is not the very interesting part, right? I mean, that's like there's like literally everything wrong with that sentence. Like literally everything. And that's not the fascinating part. The fascinating part is that Reddit comment was basically upvoted like 40 times. And the other one, which basically was true, was like downvoted, right? But the guy said, yeah, but if they actually play well, then they should not go infinite that often. And then, bam, downvote, you know? And you're like, what? Yeah. It's like nearly like a president election, you know? Where you wonder, you know, whatever. Oh man. Good. Naja, once people believe somebody is great, like for example some president, then no matter what that guy does, they will stick to that. Because they already argued in the past, so it's reinforcing behavior, right? And if that one person might do a lot of dumb shit, they will even argue more, you know, because they already did argue for it in the past. So it's like very, yeah, you know, I don't know, man. This is so weird. But in the words of Taleb, saying it in the words of Taleb, I mean, regardless of whether he's an asshole or not, bullshit, what was it? Reality talks, bullshit walks? No, it was different, right? Nassim Taleb, yeah, of course, Nassim. I mean, he is like, I mean, it's not rocket science what he's. It's very similar to the other guy. What is the guy with the misogynist blah blah? Yeah, not the Andrew Tate, the other guy, like the older guy. Yeah, what's he called? Yeah, you know, whatever. Some Peterson. Yeah, basically the same thing. I mean, Peterson's basically pointing out the obvious, and I mean, I don't even know how it can grasp so many attention or so many. I just have no clue. Yeah, like, I mean, it's more just like the obvious. You know what? Like, it's so dumb. It really seems like it's a world of people having way too much time to argue the obvious stuff. You know, I mean, yeah, probably teenagers, probably. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, if you're an adult, you probably would like work, right? I mean, I don't know. You know, yeah, men are order, women are chaos. I'm not talking about those sentences, but you know, the general thing. Like, if you have, I mean, most of it is just completely common human sense. You know, and you would not even receive any kind of controversy for that. It's just like, yeah, somebody has an opinion. Okay, whatever. Let's go next. You know, and the same thing goes for, yeah, like a lot of things, you know, a lot of things. Very weird. Yeah, they are probably not spending enough time in the Spire. Exactly. No. What, the run? No, there is no run. But what I'm simply saying is why I was talking about Taleb is Taleb is basically also just pointing out the obvious. Like, he talks about stuff like reality checks, which I also do like very often. It's just like in a little bit different wording, but it's pretty much the same. Reality talks, bullshit walks, basically. Or what was the one thing with the doers? Ah, yeah, doers convinced by doing and not by convincing. So there's like some. Yeah, there's like, I mean, he wrote different books, right? But one is about asymmetries of negotiable position, or what is it called? Yeah, you know, like, for those who read it, they know. I mean, it's a commonly known book. Anyways, meat on me, not meat on the bone. Skin in the game, right? And so, yeah, it's basically about these reality checks. Like, doers are convincing by doing, and because like reality doesn't care about weird narratives, right? And convincers convince by convincing, but this will be very obvious whether it works or not because they will receive a reality check. And Taleb is very opposed towards the academia because that's exactly the bullshit he talks about, right? And I mean, I see it the very same. You know, you have a lot of theory which doesn't apply to reality, and theory which doesn't apply to reality is just like garbage. And you see that everywhere. You also see it in the Spire, you know, where we convince by doing, by basically providing results, and others try to you know, I mean, others who are also not around any longer. But they try to win the argument of what's good or what is not good by trying to convince with bullshit argument, you know, and that's kind of not how it works, right? And we come back to the win rate, right? We can basically come back to the win rate where people are wondering why I am so obsessed about win rate, right? Oh, Lifecoach is so obsessed about win rate. You know, win rate is basically your reality check. That's what is. I mean, if this would be a business, this would be your baseline. You know, like the win rate would be your baseline. What does work? What does not work? You know, if you play better Spire, the win rate is higher. What else? What a surprise, by the way. Again, just completely pointing out the freakingly most obvious thing on the Earth, of the planet, of the face of the Earth. Yeah, nothing new under the sun. I'm basically embarrassed even talking about that, you know. Do we have lesson done? No. And the most bizarre thing is that even, you know, like, yeah, it's crazy, you know. We are basically doing also all the proofs which are there, and but again, like I'm not even, you know, what I'm saying is I don't even know whether even that would be convincing. I'm very certain that even after we pull off like a 50 win streak or something, some, you know, people might still have an argument that it was just a high roll, you know, like. And if that is true for 50-0, that would probably also be true of 100-0, despite so stupidly not being possible, right? Like, to have a 100 win streak on the Watcher, obviously that's very clear what's happening there, right? And I'm very certain it doesn't really matter, because if you're dumb enough to believe that a 50 win streak, for example, is not proof enough, then you're probably dumb enough to also believe that a 100 win streak is not enough. You know, it's just that way. Okay, cool. So, it goes in the same direction of there were literally a lot of people also. I mean, a lot of people, like even like yeah. I mean, yeah, it's so fascinating, you know. There was all this bullshit talk about whether we have 90% win rate on the Watcher, and yeah, I mean, this is crazy, yeah. Like even talking about it, you know, it's so silly already. Good. Like this. Hey, it's so fucking great, you know. I mean, you know that Jobs were calling us out, and I'm not seeing it. I mean, it's just like you know that that was basically the case. And then there was some argumentation like about it, you know, like is it true, is it not true, or whatever. And when he was being called out for being hateful about it, he was like, I mean, it's just always about the wording and about the bullshit, and you could maybe make even make a study about that, you know, kind of in a way. Nah, it's not hateful. It's just that there's not enough statistical evidence. I'm not being hateful here. It's just about the statistical evidence and bullshit like this, you know. And where I'm coming from is kind of this idea, you know, about convincing with words, trying to. It's just about that, you know. Completely disregarding and also discarding reality whatsoever. Not in the pursuit of any kind of truth, but just in the pursuit of how can I try to make a point without anybody, or with as little as possible, like people understanding how much of shit I am, like how much of full of shit I am, kind of in this way, you know. Passive aggressiveness, right? And I'm really so surprised by it. And this is not only applying to jobs, but in general, you know, in kind of a way that the internet is kind of a weird place nowadays, where a lot of like arguments are just being fought about this thing, you know, where how can I prove a point, or how can I like convince other people with not sounding too stupid? It's nearly a skill set by its own, you know. Like, the better you are at this, like selling shit, like as the holy grail, the more traction you do kind of have nowadays. And I think that's a very dangerous and very stupid tendency or development. But I'm also very, very certain that this development will go the other way in the future, because I don't think that it goes that, for example, only because we have the internet, suddenly this is the key to success. but I think it's kind of an adjustment which takes several years per circulation. But there is always like the golden middle, and sometimes it's much more, the world is a much more honest place where it's much more about what people do and much less about how they talk, what they talk, how they convince. And sometimes it's exactly the other way around, right? And whenever that kind of behavior is suddenly rewarded, ultimately it will get punished at some point again. So that enough people are so sick of this behavior that it will punish those who try to take advantage by doing that, right? The punishment of this behavior will just go up, all right, until this behavior kind of disappears again, where it's less important to punish that kind of behavior again, and at that point, vice versa, like a circulation. And at this point, we are definitely at the big infliction point of way too much bullshit and garbage running around. But it will. I'm very convinced it will settle itself automatically. Yeah, by people just being fed of it, right? They just don't like it any longer. It's just also not a good place to be for the world, you know. And yeah, this. Hey, Moonchild, chill. Thanks so much for the sub, man. Yeah, life is always the best. Yep. Okay. So where are we? In a very important fight. Yeah, I just spam a little bit here. So what about session? Hey, Lubob, thanks so much for the sub, man. How about the guy? Ah, yeah, the snacker oil. Yeah, the snacker oil. Yeah, exactly. All about the snacker oil. Naja, they say snake oil. We say snacker oil. Okay, because we are already damaged by the Spire. Good. So, this is good. What about some snacker oil, guys? What is this, by the way? Nothing, right? Okay. Ah, Gritty says, I'm just glad that people finally recognize job jabs for what they were and are. It wasn't always like that. Yeah, and honestly, I'm really put at peace since then. I mean, you know, at some point I really had big problems with that. I mean, big problems. It wasn't the main priority, but it really, like, I really was puking about, like, him doing what he did. Not towards me, like, in general, right? Just, like, very obviously, yeah, you know, like, just being super toxic, trying to disregard all other achievements, all other accomplishments, while holding his accomplishments and accomplishment and achievements even, right? But what he could do, he amplified like a lot. If he once hired like some defect, whatever, 9 wins or whatever, then he would like really ring every doorbell and go from door to door and hey, look at me, with again trying to convince people that he actually doesn't do that, you know. And I was really dumbfounded because people just didn't see for what it was. I mean, many people did, but a lot of people didn't, you know. Toxic bullshit behavior. And when I was calling it out, you know, like people were like, oh yeah, whoa, Lifecoach is so freaking toxic. While you know, I just called out that, you know, like weird, yeah. But unfortunately, I'm also not like 18 years or 20 years old and very insecure. But kind of like I really didn't care too much about it. But I was really, you know, in a way, just dumbfounded by the stupidity of things, right? Like that people just didn't see it for what it was, and it kind of pissed me off a little bit. And at some point, and also like blatant lies, right? I mean, there were also like stuff, yeah, just really weird stuff, like where he was propagating that kind of I kind of displayed toxic behavior, and therefore he banned me from his Twitter, while it was exactly the other way around. I did never really talk about this because I thought like it's whatever, but it was exactly the other way around. Like he tried to contact me, and at some point I got fed up with this bullshit behavior, and therefore I kind of ignored him and banned him because I just didn't want to get spammed by him any longer. Never talked about it, whatever, yeah. But the thing is, all this bullshit, and at some point, you know, people kind of realized it. And, you know, like this story is old, you know, he lost a lot of viewers, and at, who am I even talking about, right? Yeah, exactly. So, but just the tendency, you remember when I told you that the time will settle it, you know, that after a certain amount of time, people will actually understand it, you know, will understand it, and he will lose a lot of traction, a lot of viewers, and at some point people will also realize how much full of shit he is. And honestly, I was really surprised how quickly it happened. You know, back in the days, it was we were much smaller than him, right? Whatever, we had like around 800 viewers, while he had like around 1,600, so like twice the size. And well, I mean, it didn't annoy me too much. It was just interesting, to say at least, you know. And I expected to maybe him going down within 3-4 years, I don't know, right? It happened in less than a year. And this is again what I was just talking about, right? That maybe people are just fed up by the entire story of this bullshit talks, and about people just talking, trying to convince. And the internet is catching up, and not only on him again. I think it's a general tendency that kind of behavior is getting like so boring very quick, you know, very quickly. And I mean, the rest is history. I mean, as you know, he basically lost, I don't know, he's a nobody nowadays, right? I mean, with an average of less than 1,000 viewers, I guess if he would focus on today's Spire, it might be around that magnitude, but it's far away from these whatever. Like, and also about the claims, right? I mean, he even wrote a book where, which I, of course, you know your position. So I actually purchased the book. No, I'm not kidding you, right? I even read it. I never talked about it. So, but there it's basically the very same behavior, right? Extremely fragile ego, and always like bending reality. I just give you like a very small excerpt, right? So he's basically claiming that he is like, that he grew to the massive streamer he is now, you know, like going from zero to hero. And then he's talking about thousands of dollars per hour. And there I was thinking, yeah, right, thousands per hour, $1,000 per hour, right, Monsieur Jobs? Yeah, probably for this once in a lifetime, or once like for the Shadow Raid Legends, you know, everybody gets these $1,000 of hours. But I mean, I know what you earn as a streamer, and I also know like what kind of sponsoring you receive, and it's so stupidly badly disconnected from the reality, you know. The other thing is he's talking about this like consistent 2,000, 3,000 viewers, which it's completely not true. You know, where are they? Because they are not there. Then he was kind of saying, oh, now he was like in the top team, and he's talking about this like he's like big in business. What was he? Fate to Karma. Yeah, like a completely irrelevant team. I mean, we are not talking about one of the big teams. And this is basically the content, right? So save yourself the time and don't read it. I just told you what's in the book, right? But it's crazy, you know. Like at this point, you know, there was like a time around a year ago, right, where I told you the entire story about him. I basically checkmarked it. I don't have any stake in that because at this point, I don't care, right? And yeah, that was basically exactly with the timing where people realized how much of full of shit he is. And at that point, for me, it was like, yeah, okay, now people are actually seeing it for what it really is. And at that point, it didn't matter any longer. It's hard to describe. I don't know. But it was, I mean, it's also like if you like somebody or if you care about something or somebody, it's also a lot of inner game, right? A lot of inner feelings. And it just was this disruption, you know, the difference between what people saw and for what it really is. It just disturbs me, and it's not only with people for me. It's also with other things. Like The Watcher is a very, very prime example for it. So the entire narrative that Infinite is the Holy Grail on The Watcher is pissing me off so hard, because I see for what it's like that it's not true whatsoever. And I mean, now you could say that's very weird, you know, that, I mean, kind of that this distracts me, right? I mean, it could also be that I say, okay, I know maybe Infinite is not the right way to do on The Watcher. People are believing this. Let people believe what they want, right? But it kind of, it's a personality trait where I say, yeah, but, you know, maybe we can prove it different, you know? Maybe we can display, like, the beauty of The Watcher. Maybe we can showcase that it's not about Infinite, that Watcher gameplay is anything but it, you know? That you can go Infinite. It's one of the avenues on The Watcher, which is basically as much also for the other characters. The Ironclad also has an avenue where he can go Infinite, you know? And then there are also like 20, 30 different ways to play the Ironclad. And the same is on The Watcher. Sometimes it is correct to go Infinite on The Watcher. And it's probably much more often than on other characters. If on the Ironclad maybe an Infinite is happening 15% of the times, maybe it might be correct on the Watcher to go Infinite 20% of the times. Hell, whatever, maybe 25. But with the boss swaps, it's not 25, right? With the boss swaps, it's much closer to 15, 20%, which would then make it as much and as often as on the Ironclad, for example, right? So not much different there. Or like the semi-infinites on the defect is probably also in this ballpark, right? But it's basically this. It's the very same. And there's a certain amount of focus I can dedicate to something. And I'm very happy that it's currently not basically focused on a person, but rather on a character. I mean, that might be also a person, but more like NPC-like. It's actually not an NPC. It's what is it called? I don't even know. Doesn't matter. But yeah, so this is our mission right now, and through BAME. What Vime says, what Lifecoach, you're wrong about a lot though, but because you have blind spots as well. Yeah, 100%. I mean, that's not like stating the obvious, right? I mean, that's why we also do always the reality checks. If I would think I'm unfailable, we wouldn't need any reality checks. Then I would just tell you we are not, everything what we say is the absolute truth, and reality checks are not required because it's true anyways, you know? No, like reality checks are extremely important for me. For exactly that reason, you know, that's the reasoning. Yeah, is what we think really true? And reality checks are exactly the test. We basically put our knowledge to the test. Yeah. Okay. And there's also always like these garbage narratives which are being created and generated from the people who basically are not very good at this game. And people are also then trying to believe those weird stories. Naja, one story would be, for example, there are, just to point out a few ones, right? Where you might say, and it's also about what kind of opinions are giving you sympathy or not, you know? So, I mean, it's obvious, game theory-wise, yeah? It's obvious that there's one correct way to play stuff. There's always one perfect line, right? And very often, there will be some other avenues which might come close to the win rate of the perfect line, but a lot of things are just blatantly very, very bad and very, very wrong. Okay, so now this is kind of an and surprisingly, a kind of unpopular opinion. People do not want to believe that, you know, despite it being true. So people rather believe that there are a lot of very, very good ways to play and different ways to play a character. The very same people who probably claim that on the Watcher you should go infinite, you know, which is like stupid, but it doesn't exclude. Like, there's not much to be worked with logic, yeah, because it's not about logic. The same people who are pissed off if somebody would argue that there's a very, very clear, correct way to play the Ironclad, and they are pissed off because of this opinion, because they don't like it. They rather like that, hey, my favorite streamer is playing it different, so therefore I want to believe that no, there is not like one specific correct way, but there are many which are very, very coming close. And then suddenly they say very same people are talking about the Watcher that infinite is the way to go, you know, which is freakingly absurd. Naja, guys. Das ist echt gut. Naja. So, let's continue with our very, very beautiful party. Windmill Strike isn't good in this deck, they said. Boom. Boom. Okay. What some said dagger but better. Yeah, it's true. Some also said dagger but better. Okay. So we need this windmill strike. It's really important. We could also exit and block one time if you want. If you want that, I don't know. Do we want that? Oh, shame we already blocked in. Because they also said that Perseverance is not good. 0 energy, 32 block. Okay. Yeah, about this windmill strike. Some people didn't like the evaluate, right? Pretty good stuff what's happening here in the Spire. So, by the way, what is But if they evaluate whatever. The lesson learned would be nice to remove. Yeah, but strikes are also cycling themselves. I mean, the lesson learned at least has a small chance to disappear. Strikes do not even have that. How do I define the optimal line? The optimal line is the line which leads you to having the highest chance of succeeding in a very specific run. And specific run is basically the run you're in right now. Yeah. That would have been good. Is Abacus a thing or is remove better? I mean, all 33 card deck? No idea. Oh yeah, short break. Right. Mhm. 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 Oh, back of prep. Duplication? No. Duplication, mental fortress, duplication, talk to the hand. Can. Puzzle. Can also not puzzle. Duplication study, but that's stupid. Can play this for 3. Could also not. Duplication mental. probably okay. Duplication, the other one is probably better or what? Probably better. With the triple flurry. On the other hand, this is what we are looking at now. Maybe we should really just draw 3 extra. I mean, when to draw the 3 if not now, right? And where is it? Yeah, the talk land will show up eventually, yeah? Ice cream alert. Ice cream. Ice cream. Yeah, so where is the talk? Talk. Yeah, I could have also played Cutthroat, I guess. Yeah, lol. Okay. Yeah, literally bottom 1. But pretty nice turn 1. Yeah, this turn one was definitely realistically strong. Yeah, hey Cappuccino. Yeah, very nice runs we have. A lot of fun as well, I have to say. These are very, very cool. Hey, the last 3 runs we had, I mean that's number 3, that's run number 3 of the 3 we did since I arrived yesterday in the afternoon. We have been playing through since then, and the runs were freaking dope. Like, they are so nice and so cool. It's really, really a lot of fun to play these. As general, I mean, Watcher runs are just amazingly cool. Yeah, this really, I love to play the Watcher. Okay, here we could have exhausted the thing, I guess. This might be better. Yeah. Hopefully another next. Yeah, we play another one, but only one more. Not one more for today, but in the morning. Yeah, in the morning we play 2. Also this time. So, but I probably play some more later. I am a little bit deprived of Spire. I didn't play the Spire in my holiday. So yeah, so I basically am really a little bit deprived of the Spire gameplay. Yeah, the holiday was great. Oh, absolutely. The highlight of my holiday, swimming in the ocean like a fish. I love that a lot. Yeah, that was the best. What Timbix says, did you see Xegna match the 19 on silent? No, I haven't watched that. But Xegna is like the silent expert, right? So I also have to tell you that it's not that surprising to me. It only makes sense nowadays that the win rate is matching the win streaks. Like, what I'm saying is, if the win streaks are very small, the win streaks will belong to those who high rolled. But once the win streaks actually settled, you know, then most of the time the win streak will just be for those who also have the highest win rate. And that is currently true for the Ironclad, for the Defect, for the Silent, and for the Watcher. So it's basically true for all characters. Yeah. On all characters, the guy, like, the one who has the highest win rate also has the highest win streak. And that is not, again, very surprising. Okay. So, this. Oh. Exit. What Mean Shield asks who has the highest win rates, where you can find that. It's just us on the Watcher and on the Defect, and is Xegna on the Silent and on the Ironclad. Yeah. Doesn't Xegna also have the Clad streak? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Xegna has, like, I think he played the 100 sample with 84%, correct me if I'm wrong, on the Ironclad, and has like 19 win rate and 19 win streak, I mean. And yeah, we have second highest on the Ironclad. Yeah. So that's where currently things stand. So it's not much to be remembered. Yeah, Triple Boop actually saying Baylor has the rotating one. That's right, yeah. Baylor, there are actually 5 streaks, if you want to say so. 1 of each character, and then you can also say, then you can also make a point that the rotating is also displaying the most versatile playing strength, or the most versatile ability. So you can definitely count that as well, right? So that one, like, Baylor has. With 20, yeah. So, Ribanya says, does Xegna have what similar macro? Yeah, no, I think so, yeah. Burning Blade early game? Yeah, I would be very surprised. I think Xegna is also never boss swapping on the Ironclad. And that is kind of what I meant. Like, in order to achieve the highest win rates, you do not have, like, there's not like you can do whatever you want, you know. It's kind of, there are very specific things you have to do in order to achieve the high win rate. And that's it. You know, it's just that it's very, that is like, now, that sounded like it would be easy, right? And the thing, or not very versatile. And this is the thing about the Spire, right? I mean, that is also what makes the Slay the Spire such an insanely great game. That this best line is not very easy and simple to explain. That would be something like to say, yeah, in chess, like in the game of chess, right? Chess, you always have a perfect move, which is also true, but it's not very easy to figure out what this perfect move is, you know? And this is the same is true for the Spire. Like, yes, there is a best way to play the Spire, but it's very, very, very difficult to describe what the best move is and why and how. And it's also completely insanely versatile for every specific run, you know? Because of the interaction between the cards, the relics, and the layout, and the fights. Yeah. Insane. Insanely great. Beautiful. You know, just beautiful. And whoever, like, claims different just has not understood what's happening in the Spire. Like, if there is some guy who would tell you, it's very simple, you should just do this or that, yeah, then he doesn't have a clue what he's talking about. Yeah. Especially if he claims that it's like the best way to do it, you know. I mean, there might be some like hacks where you can say, okay, if you play this or that way, you will kind of win enough. You might climb your Ascension, for example, right? You might make an argument that if you want to get your characters to Ascension 20 very quick, do this or that, yeah. And then this is a very fast way to climb the Ascension or whatever. But that would be something like telling you in chess, there's like a very easy checkmate if you do this and this. If the enemy is stupid enough to fall for it, then you have your checkmate within 10 or whatever, right? The sheeper mat or whatever. Yeah, the sheep herd, you know. Yeah. But this is not true for optimal gameplay. It's just like a way to win quick and fast. One which destroys your win rate, but you don't care about it if you do not you do not mind about losing that much, you know, like this. What Noobzor was on an 18th streak as well, and he bricked on the 19th, won the silent or what? Or what character was that here? Magigood says Merle had a good time looking at negative stream reviews for Spire of people saying it's so random. Yeah, not a surprise. On the silent, yeah? Hey, then we should really top up our freaking silent gameplay, because it seems that we really suck at it. Naja, my win rate on the silent is around 70% in this ballpark, you know. And a little bit higher, but not much higher. My win rate on the silent is around 70, maybe 75. But more in the... Actually, it's more... Like, we did not really play a lot of silent. But it was not very good. And if so many people are just crushing these streaks on the silent, I mean, it must mean that we are doing a lot of stuff wrong. Never really tried. I actually, but I think I have to do a review on the silent, because I also wanted to go for this rotating win streak after the Watcher, and I think it will be a necessary evil to learn to play correct on the silent, if that is true. Yeah, so there's that. Naja, if you want to go for the rotating, I think silent is our weakest spot. So, yeah. This. So, cool. What does rotating mean? RGBP? Yeah, of course with the Watcher. Sure. I mean, genau. Yeah, I need to do 20 push-ups. Not because we won the run, but because we do another one. Oh, 20. What Grisper says, watching some Sekna definitely is entertaining and great to learn silent. Yeah, but it's a little bit slow paced for me, I don't know. Despite me playing slow, I cannot really bear watching somebody playing slow. I'm not even kidding, but I do have a lot of my little spies there. So I will just ask you guys. I will just ask you what he is basically doing, and then you will basically educate me on it. Yeah, I don't have problems with that. I mean, for once, we can actually exchange the roles, and instead of me showcasing how to play certain characters, you can tell me how a certain character is being played, and then I can learn from that. That sounds like a very, very good idea to me. That's really good. Yeah, like at the end, it will be actually true that the chat wins games for me. Who would have thought, huh? But it's true. Huh? It's great. So, nothing can go wrong. No, yeah, because I mean, it makes a lot of sense to me. I have played so little silent is incredible, and somebody already being so good at the silent, I don't have any problem to just, you know, if somebody is much better than me on in something, I have zero problems copying it first before trying to see like what I could do also better. I mean, that's like very simple for me. Like the approach on the silent will be very simple for me. I will just do it. I will just try to imitate Sekna's gameplay style, and then if I see the one or the other thing where I think this might be better, I will probably also go for that. But first of all, maybe I will never get to that phase, right? Maybe it will just be imitating his playstyle. That's about it. Yeah, I really have no problems with that. Grizzly said Sekna's playstyle is almost identical to mine, to Lifecoach's. Yeah, again, it's not that you can do whatever you want in this Spire if you want to have a higher win rate. Okay, and I'm also very, very happy that that the approaches basically double down on that, right? That they also show I don't need to showcase alone if Sekna can also showcase. as well. What no random criticism, I think Segna also mentioned that he based a lot of his clat on me, so there's that. Oh, interesting, I didn't know that. Oh, that's very friendly of him to give credit where it's due. No, that's very cool. Like, very nice to hear that. Grizzy has one big difference between what you have seen me and Xegna doing is Xegna goes poison much more often, it seems. Yeah, with the catalyst thing, right? For the late game and stuff. Yeah, for me it's just... I mean, with the shift things, it's so much more fun, right? I mean, let's face it, honestly, right? I mean, if you have on the one hand we have shifts, and on the other hand we have poison. I mean, it's very hard to justify going for poison, you know? I mean... okay. What is the meta on defect? The meta how we play on the defect? We boss swap, I think, if they are not... It's very similar to the Watcher. They are the insanely good options on the Neo, and they are the very bad ones. And if you remember... what was it? Oh. So no boss swap, no boss swap, boss swap, boss swap, boss swap, no boss swap, boss swap, boss swap, boss swap, boss swap, no boss swap. So basically the same like on the Watcher. There are these very amazing Neo options, and then there are the really garbage ones, right? Those who are 200 gold and those who are 100 gold. And we always boss swap if the Neo doesn't give us a great option. And if the Neo actually gives us a great option, we just take that, you know, because it's pretty amazing. Yeah, that's really cool. What Wasabi Knight to me says about the poison amount. No, I think it's more about the catalyst. That catalyst does represent a win condition on its own if you don't have enough damage yet, for example. Right? Stuff like that. Yeah. What Closer says Segna is doing no boss swap on the defect. Yeah, maybe he will change his approach on that. Yeah. I mean, if you think about it. It's, yeah. I mean, we have thought about it, we have analyzed it, we came to our conclusions, and again, we did also put it to real life test, and succeeded. Hard to argue with that. I forgot how close the evaluation actually was. Yeah, not sure about that. But, yeah. What 7 on 8 says, Xegna already said he will do a 50 full boss swap sample. Ah, yeah, no, perfect. Yeah. My estimation, yeah. He will be surprised how good it is, I guess. Yeah. That would be my guesstimate. It's not insane by any means. It's not insanely good or something. But it's definitely better than the garbage Neo options. Which is not very hard to be, you know. Like this. I mean, in order to boss swap never, you really need to think that boss swap sucks big time, and I definitely believe that that's not the case on the defect. Hey, Duckfeeds, thanks so much for the sub, man. Oh yeah, I do my push-ups very quick. Be back in a minute. Oh man. He played without boss shop, so he wanted to learn. Yeah, no, that's also very clever. Okay. I'm doing the amount of win streak multiplied 5. I don't know, like I announced it yesterday or today for some, whatever. I actually thought it will get tough if we get like a high win streak or something, and then I basically already regret it, and I already regretted it in the last like set. Well, why? Because I just realized how freakingly much out of shape I am. I just had, you know, sometimes you have like this imagination of how things go, you know, like I was thinking, okay, I'm a little bit out of shape, maybe I should like combine my computer gaming with the fitness, you know, fitness, but you know, with some physical activity. By basically connecting these two together, I can basically prove that you do not need to lose your that you can be fit and you can be a gamer, right? Simultaneous and even maybe directly connected. So I was thinking, okay, what would be a good amount of push-ups, you know? And I was thinking, okay, if I do multiply it by 1, I mean, that sounds really fishy, you know? Like 1 push-up with 1 win, 2 push-ups with 2. I mean, that sounds really, really low. And then I was like thinking, yeah, okay, let's make it multiplier of 5, you know? It cannot be too hard, right? I mean, of course, if it's like 30 or 40, yeah, that will be tough. But I mean, at that point, I'm probably buffed enough that I can just pull that off. And then I was like there doing my 5, and I was already thinking, oh, no, that's easy. And then I was at 10, and I was like, okay, that was actually more difficult than I thought. And then I did 15, and I was like, what the hell, I cannot even do 15. And now it was 20, and I already needed to do it in 2 sets, and hey, I mean, so stupid. I don't know what I thought. I must have been. Oh my god. Okay. So a nonsense. Okay. I'm already trembling. I'm already like, hey, what? Hey. But then again, I'm way too arrogant to admit defeat. Like, I mean, like at this moment I would tell you, okay, let's basically cancel the entire thing. But for that I have a way too much big ego. Like literally. We are not canceling anything here. I just doubled down on it. Like, of course, whatever it takes, guys. Whatever it freaking takes. Oh. Yeah, this is so freaking... It is so dumb, man. This is freaking really dumb. Okay, Tori. What, lower it to 3 push-ups per win? No. Absolutely not. I said it's 5 and 5 it is. Stubborn is the word. Thank you very much, Lifecoach. Yeah, apparently Lifecoach is also already woke up. It's also early enough to troll. Very nice. Easy rare relic. This is not a good rare relic, huh? I mean, this is rather a low roll. The average quality of a rare relic should probably be slightly higher than Tori. Okay. So. It solves the cubes. Solving is a big word. I mean, what you're afraid of the cubes is also that they shoot you into the face for 10. And Tori doesn't really change that, unfortunately. Okay, what about the layout? Do we have a win streak where it actually is very that everything matters already? We are at 4 at the moment. Yeah. I think from 5-0 it becomes really like it really picks up. You know, the first 3 is really whatever, but it becomes important very quickly. You know, because if you want to win 50, you have to start somewhere. So if you basically play your 8-0 or 9-0 also like bad, you will never get to. Like, you need to have very, very clean gameplay from the get-go. Otherwise, this will be very difficult because it is a streak, right? Specifically on a streak, you need to have a high win rate. So, because a loss just throws you back so much. There are 3 elites and 1 shop on the one path without a fire. On the other hand, yeah, and this would definitely not be this, but it would always start here. And this gives us all these options. From here we can still decide also for this shop, into this, or we can actually go there. Like water seems good with Tori. Yeah, like water would actually solve the cubes indeed. Right? And what is this garbage? And guys, save yourself the breath to tell me that Tori is already performing, okay? Alright, so, take 7 moment, yeah. Ugh. Thank you, Tori. Yeah, thank you, Tori. Very nice. Kill into vigilance, one option. She cannot attack again, so therefore that's a solve. Low 1 pressure points over nothing. We could pick nothing. Tori was as good as Blood Vial right now. Yeah. So that wave is actually good. What do you mean? Why is the wave good? The wave is as bad as it usually is, right? Or why do you think that Tori makes it better? No reason, right? No. It's basically nothing, and pressure points. And we have now the once in a lifetime opportunity to go freaking pressure points in a run where it matters. So we should freaking do that. Right? Especially if we are saying against the cubes here better. I mean, pressure points is the worst against the cubes. For obvious reasons. Pressure point should be extremely bad against the slime boss. Let's see. It is the slime boss. Okay, so yeah. Against Guardian it would be super okay. Against Hexaghost it would be okay. Against slime boss is like the worst. Yeah, let's not do that, right? What, you have never seen pressure points work before? Please try if you can. Oh, we had a lot of pressure point runs. Yeah, guys, for those who watch, like there are a lot. Like you will find them in the history. Like, or in the past videos, like there are a lot, and I think we always succeeded, or maybe not always, but very often. So, how will we do damage against the heart? Yeah, right. All right, so, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm not exactly... Oh yeah, this is better, right? Because question mark, if we get something which gives us the shop, we should go into shop. But if it gives us something which does say do not go into the shop, we do not go into the shop. Then we have fire before lead, which is very important. Yeah. Also reduces the risk of ruin a lot. We haven't found a potion, but we took damage. Last but not least, it's a fire over no fire on this path. And then the sick shop option. You see it, right? I mean, this is obviously better because of option value. If this is the cleric, we pay for the remove and we do not have to go to the shop. And later we can still decide to go to the shop or not. Right? So this is very, very much what we should do. Easy sundial. The sundial sucks. Big time. The sundial is maybe okay on the ironclad and that's about it. First try is good. Yeah, I guess the saying is that the garbage is on the surface. What I'm simply saying is, I mean, if we would have actually found something deeper within and we would have taken more damage, the relic would have also been better. I mean, of course this is on the surface. I mean, some would not even take this for free, right? So, what about this shop here? We cannot buy potion and remove, and that is important. Yeah, potion and remove would be good, but we cannot. So we could go to the shop to just do the remove? I don't know. Sounds like bad to me, especially if, you know, it doesn't make much sense. What Ascension is how much percentage towards infinite sundial though? Asking for Merle. Aha, that's what you mean. I don't think it matters so much, honestly. Yeah. Just go infinite is not forcing if you have the relics for it. Yeah, but what do you mean the relics for it? I'm not exactly sure how the sundial does help your infinite. Is it like, yeah, just give me some use cases. Like, I'm not exactly seeing it. Cut. Yeah? Cut or what? No. A Vigilance Eruption. Yeah, Vigilance Eruption always leads you to infinite. Weak kick as well. Weak kick. Not really. Yeah. I was deep breath. Yeah, no, with deep breath it does work. Yeah. Any draw with pyramid is an infinite. But inner peace and any draw is infinite. Yeah, Yeah, but usually you see, like, most of the times it doesn't really matter. Yeah. But I hear you. Yeah. Any draw with prostrate as well, if the deck is small enough, yeah. So basically incentivizes us to take draws. Yeah. So what about this shop here? Yeah, nothing really, right? This is most of the times what, Flash of Steel? Yeah, Flash of Steel. Yeah, Flash of Steel is true. The fight is better. We need real cards. Yeah, exactly right. And without paying for it. Also, fight is also potion. We can use Tori in the fight. So the punish of the fight is lower. The reward, we still need real cards. Any. We also still need the potion. And the shop is really bad gold alignment. Like really bad gold alignment, right? 130 would be so much better. Then we can remove and the potion. That would have been so much better. Sanctity also gets better. Yeah, okay. Yeah, maybe I should have calculated some threshold. 1928, but that would have not... Oh, that would have actually confirmed this threshold. Damn. Yeah, it was a close call. Because if he would have attacked for 7, there was still the option to go Vigilance. With the energy, we could go Vigilance, Eruption, Strike, Defend. And we basically lose this option if we use a Miracle. I was not exactly sure. It depends on different factors. Yeah, so I'm a little bit afraid to do the 29 here. The 21. We could also not. Yeah. But I have a subconscious incentive to throw runs now. Why? Not really, no. Oh, yeah, with the push-ups. No, the push. Yeah, okay, yeah, right. So the 21, yeah, 1928. So we might brick heavily, and if we brick heavily, we are getting completely destroyed. Like if you only draw 2 strikes, that's very bad. If you draw 1 strike, triple defend is also very bad. So on the yeah. And at the same time, if you do 34, eruption and as a 34. $43. So eruption triple strike is also kill. I think there is also something that we do have the Tori, right? So because we also do have the Tori, it basically makes also this line better in a way. Now we have a Sundial, and the Sundial is good against cubes, possibly, but definitely against Lagavulin, right? Actually, we go into a hallway first. Yeah, the Tori count. Yeah, the Tori is, you don't need to really pay attention. This is like water. You mean nothing, and like water, everything comes together. Also good against Lagavulin, but specifically insane against the cubes, especially in coordination with the Tori. No, I love it. I love to pick it. Hey, Kuro, what's up, man? The water Tori, yes. Prey is too greedy. Prey. You mean now with the Sundial or what? I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Yeah, the Prey Infinite. Prey. No, the thing is, the Prey Infinite is really something which is incentivized by the Sundial. Like, I completely hear you. Like, the Prey is usually, yeah, like that's the one case where the Sundial actually does lead you to infinite, yeah, where you actually pray, yeah, with praise, yeah. Yeah, probably too greedy, yeah. Yeah. But 1 card infinite? Yeah, is it 1 card infinite or what? Yeah. Yeah, could be. Yeah. Oh, it's not. You play it. Then you play... Huh? You play Prey. You play Insight to draw Insight and Prey. With a shuffle. Why not? It's not. Why not? Is it not you play Prey? You play the Insight. You draw Insight and Prey. And rinse and repeat. I think so, yeah. You have to set up 1 Insight first? Yeah, I mean, obviously. It works, it just doesn't do damage. Yeah, but it gives you infinite energy. So... it's a good foundation, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Contrapunct says there was like Merle that did pray and prostrate. Yeah, sure, it works. I mean, there is no question about it. There are a lot of infinites. The question is how good they are. Yeah. It's again, like, you can force it. There are a lot of ways to do it. This was a prime example, right? I mean, yeah, we could have taken the prey in order to pursue the infinite, and it's probably not even that bad, right? But the question is it burning percentages? And honestly, I mean, maybe, you know, because as a first, it's doing nothing, and nothing is not so good, you know. So yeah. Yeah. Doesn't fail. What? It costs 3 praise to get 2 energy. Yeah, but you also get the divinity. Yeah. So the prayer. But you need an exit, so it breaks after a cycle. Yeah, I mean that only the one card is getting infinite is not, but if you get one empty mind or whatever, yeah, klar, yeah, sure, yeah. But at the same time, I guess if you can go divinity and you do not exit it, but you go divinity every turn, I mean that's also pretty good, right? Yeah, if you fill your hand, you go this circulation until you go divinity. Then you have a lot of energy and divinity, and you can empty your hand for basically playing your entire deck block, your entire deck damage. Yeah. Not much use of Prey. Oh, Prey is a very, very good divinity card. You can use that also in a normal way. Yeah. We could set up Sundial for 1 HP. Okay, so cubes are kind of semi-solved with the like water Tori once we killed one. The Lagavulin, we have nothing yet. We want to take the monster because potions are not filled. We still need damage. Battle Hymn is damage. Battle Hymn solves Lagavulin. Battle Hymn also solves cubes. The problem is that the cubes are already semi-solved with like water Tori. Yeah, but it also works against Slime Boss. We could also take Battle Hymn to bridge us until we actually are infinite at some point. So it does make some sense. Yeah. Keep also in mind that stuff like Prey cannot even be applied against Nob, you know. So Battle Hymn is damage for the Lagavulin. Yeah, it's super damage against Lagavulin. It's super. It can be good damage against Nob by turn 1. It's also okay against cubes if you can burst one cube later. But it's not great. But yeah. Kind of synergy with like water in a sense you can sit and build up for the burst turn. Yeah. It's decent for Slime Boss. Yeah, it's very nice for Slime Boss. No, absolutely. Yeah. Worship is probably worse than Prey. Worship is way worse than Prey. Worship is not a good card. Yeah. These devilish beings. But the free turn is nice. No? I mean, we have an automatic vigilance here. I would love if these bozos would attack us. Like, I would love it, but they just do not. They refuse. And that's inherently not very cool. Because now we block into nothing. Which is not so good. I don't even know what to do. You feel we missed a bunch of potion drops and now we get a smoke bomb? Yeah, that's sad, right? Yeah, we kill the red, right? Strike, strike, vigilance, then draw strike, strike, and then strike, strike the red. If next draw is pure nothing, you would smoke out. Smoke out is very, very expensive. Very, very expensive. I don't think we can smoke this out. Ha! It's like Homer Simpson. Yeah? You know Homer Simpson, where he disappears in the like with the balloon? And he's like, you know? Goodbye, you for attackers. Goodbye. Like smoking it out into the bushes. Yeah, goodbye. And then like, oh. I'm so smart, yeah. Like this smoking out is like kind of this the very same thing. You cannot do that. No man. It's so expensive to do the smoke bomb. It's like so crazily expensive. Nearly impossibly expensive. Yeah, no. We can probably not do that. So... yeah, we either try block like water next turn, or... no, block, is it? No, 11. So it's actually block and like water. Block and like water is either block and like water. Yeah, probably block and like water. Yeah. Or it's strike like water. Yeah. I'm probably pretty sure. So we can either take 19 if we kill the back. 19 the fight is solved. We could also play strike on the front and to defend. Then we deal... what, we might as well kill the slime? Yeah, or not. I mean, no. We are taking 12 if we strike down the red. And afterwards we probably also don't take that much more. We definitely do not take another 7 then, right? No, probably not. So, I mean, the Grey Slime does not even need to attack, yeah. So, this is definitely better than doing like Eruption here. And then the question is there something which is, no, this is just the line. With this we take 12 and the other play takes more. We can block 6 and 6 against, what was it? We can take 6, yeah, more. Like whatever, 15. Yeah, I played this so that we can maybe stall into the sundial. More cube solve. It doesn't make sense. We solved the cubes twice now. You know, it really does make sense. I mean, one time with like Water Tori For once one cube is down, we take no more damage, or not much, because we have like Water Tori. So once Bowling Bash is nice. No, there's no use case. I mean, against the cubes, once one cube is down, like Water Tori is basically the continuous solution. And we can burst one cube down because we have the Sundial. Yeah. And yeah. This. For the Slavers and for the Gremlins. Yeah, but there are a lot of use cases. And the use cases disappear. The more... Okay. There are upsides and downsides taking this, right? And one big use case, probably the biggest use case, which is the cubes, is not of relevance any longer. So this basically, yeah, the biggest use case is basically not there, right? So, yeah. Yeah. Really good for Act 2 elites. Yeah, but okay. They are upset. Yeah, okay. I mean, I don't know what to say. Like, usually this card is not insanely great. It's like slightly positive because of the amount of use cases. Some people might even skip it despite the good amount of use cases, right? And now we even have less than that. And we also already picked up damage solution, right? So, gotta get there. Gotta get where. I think we are fine. So, yeah, like water means no exit. Yeah. So what? The Nobbert. Yeah, but the Bowling Bash doesn't have the Nobbers. We also have like Smoke Bomb, by the way. Or what do you mean getting there? Or are you afraid of the hallway now, or what? I don't. Not exactly sure what we are talking about here. The hallway is usually not requiring AoE. And if the hallway does require AoE, we have the Smoke Bomb. Why? Because we are probably not using the Smoke Bomb here, do we? So yeah. Yeah. For over an act later. Oh! What you're... now I get it. You guys are saying this is so great in Act 2, let's take it. In Act 2. Yeah. No, actually, yeah, no. I mean, it's not even... I mean... Yeah. Yeah, no. Let's skip this garbage here. It also goes against the direction we are currently... Oh, there was also something about the halt. There was something about the halt that... halt we said is break even. And it's very, very question... Like, the big question is... You know, it doesn't make any sense now, right? Because against the cubes it's not even real block. Has synergy with the Battle Hymn? Actually not, right? It doesn't really have that. What is the upgrade even? The Eruption for the Battle Hymn, Synergy. Yeah, it even has counter synergy. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, against an obvious Smoke Bomb. Otherwise, maybe Battle Hymn would be a possibility, but I mean, it doesn't make sense, right? Against the cubes, we want the Eruption upgraded because we want the energy. We also want the BAM. With the Battle Hymn, Eruption is also the upgrade, and genau. Yeah, Battle Hymn would be basically for the knob, while we usually have against knob. Uh-huh. Okay, let's go through the fights. Slime boss. Against slime boss, battle hymn turn 1 is of course better, because we play the hymn, like the battle hymn turn 1, deal a little bit of damage, canal, turn 2 we deal damage, but also eruption, maybe. And then we can basically smite it down. Pretty effective. I don't know. Then again, we don't need to smite it down, because even if we don't smite it completely down, getting one smite every turn is also good enough against the slimes afterwards. So what about Lagavulin? Yeah, against Lagavulin it's good to have it earlier because more smites. At the same time, the upgrade eruption will also play. So not exactly sure about that. Later in the game is definitely, it's even negative, right? At some point Battle Hymn will become negative, like the upgrade. Against the cubes? I think against the cubes again, like we are so good in the Solve and the eruption will play. So it's isolated against the knob. Yeah, it's basically isolated against the knob. And even against the knob, it might be even better to get a turn 1 with the eruption. Morgen. Ja gut, ich werde wahrscheinlich den Run zu Ende und dann bin ich mache ich erstmal lange Pause. Also wir haben ja schon 1 gewonnen und jetzt spiele ich vielleicht noch 2 Stunden im Run und dann eine lange Pause. Ja, ich war schon um 4 Uhr wach. Nee, stimmt, wir haben schon 2 gewonnen, ja. Stimmt. Na, nach dem Run, ich habe gerade noch 5. So, genau. Yeah. Also, the thing is against Knob, I think it's break even as long as we draw it latest turn 2. Only if we draw it not by the first 2 turns. Which is kind of, yeah, you know. I mean, this means we have to face Knob and then we need to draw it in the last draw. And then and only then it's bad, you know. Which is... Man. Yeah, that is rather unfortunate, I guess. Still good enough, though. Doesn't matter, we can also start the song now. We are basically starting the song now. Okay. This and attack. I'm keeping this for the super smite. Like water! Boom! Tori powers. And again. Man. Warum zackt denn das? Warum zackt denn das so hart? Was ist denn das für ein Crap? 24, 36, 72, 81 Damage. 81 Damage. Ja gut. 10 Passive Block. Ja klar, aber kompletter Müll halt. Komplett garbage. Super unsatisfying. Strike next turn. Strike and smite next turn. Then keeping this for the super. Ten passive block. But we do the smite, right? Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, because there will be also some limitation with how much energy we have. This is freaking unbelievable. Yeah. So next turn, it would be 5 energy, 4 smites, 80 damage. So we can just, what are we gonna die? Yeah, we take 1 damage. So yeah, let's take 1 damage instead of dying. 1 damage instead. Bam! Bam! Okay, that was pretty good. Yeah, Thirda is basically good once you get the upgrades. And with Urea we do not really. If Kislev is Spire game, yeah, I'm not really playing auto battlers. Perfect Urea with no fires this act. That's sadness. Our draw was close to as bad as possible and we still came out of the fight with 3 life loss, yeah, that was insane. And we even set up the sundial. You want to skip this third eye? I don't know. I mean, you're saying we never get it upgraded, right? And therefore... I don't know. I mean, Thirda is a card which is helping you to stall. And that it never gets upgraded is also kind of a lie, given that we have the Blessing of the Forge in our potion belt already. Even, look, the upgrade is not required. The upgrade is only a bonus as icing on the cake. The cherry on the top. When is it good even non-upgraded? Yeah, if you see the future turns. And the slower your deck is, the more defensive your deck is, the more likely you are to see these future turns. Unless you say something about infinite blah blah blah, infinite blah blah blah. Currently we have 10 real cards, is it right? Yeah, we basically only added non-real cards into our deck. So infinite is very pursuable. And with the sundial, even more so. Even more so. I mean, Giria speaks a little bit against infinite. Yeah. Okay. So, the question marks is one of the better ones because we are at floor 8 already. We saw the chest, the burning chest already. The burning chest is not a good question mark, so we already saw a bad question mark, and this is also starting to become better question marks. Yeah. We don't necessarily want to add that many cards, but we still want to remove cards. If we get ambushed, we can dodge the shop. I think question mark it is. Yeah, perfect. That was really good. And here you see what the difference of the floor can make. What a big of a difference this floor can make. Very nice. What? Oh! This? Oh, this is amazing. This is really amazing. Does it affect future elite fights? No. Upgrade 10? No. Yes? Maybe? I don't know. Why would the sentry steal that man's pants? What pants? Still has, but... Or maybe they wanted the pants themselves, I don't know. Don't ask me. Vigilance and 2 strikes, never eruption. Yeah, the eruption doesn't make sense. Those are his underpants. Oh yeah, that's right. So what are you saying? You want to upgrade this or what? Exactly. We get like water, either blocks or not. Yeah, like water is not. Yeah. But I mean, as a first, either we cannot upgrade at all. Number 1, and number 2, we might upgrade defense next hand, right? So I'm not exactly sure. Also, why is this the best upgrade hand? No. Right. And now what? Strike and strike for the miracle. That is now 29. No, we just play Vigilance 1 strike. And also it's not true that the upgraded like water does never play. I mean, as long as the cubes are still on the board, it does play. Yeah. So let's say we draw this and we upgrade potion, we can, yeah. Also it's important to play the strike, so miracle upgrade will still play. And then again, this is also enabling you to not necessarily use the potion. I mean, there's also this, right? I mean, maybe we do not need to use the potion. So this upgrade, for example, is a better one. Yeah. And we keep the miracle. So now this would be... Oh no, is it a better one? Yeah. Like now we take 10. And if we use the upgrade, we only take 1. Yeah. So we can use this for 9 HP if we want this. Is it exactly 9 HP? Yeah, pretty much so. We also get these back. This is 12 damage at the moment, so this is not killing this. So getting them back is also saving us a little bit. Yeah. Ultimately, there are some times where Miracle might play in 2 or 3 turns. Sometimes. Yeah. So that's probably like for 12 HP, I guess. Aroundish. Aroundish 12 HP. Which is probably a good use. So this is necessary out of obvious reason. Yeah, just hand. We could play Vigilance to save 1. I guess, yeah. I guess it's correct. I think we will never get better value. From this point on, we only take 1 or 0, respective. Very nice. This battle hymn is actually doing a good of work. It was even good work against the first one. I mean, the first one would have not faltered without the battle hymn. Great fight, yeah, mega good. Oh, super good. Yeah. Let's set up the sundial. Yeah, we can do that. If you want to pay a life for it. No, we can do that. Sure. 1 life for the sundial is probably worth it. Because it's the infliction point of 2. Yeah. What? Well, not all the relics can be winners. Yeah, no, we currently have a semi-loser, we have a complete loser, and a loser. No, not all the relics can be winners. So, what about this prostrate? What established the smites? You want to pick establishment for the smites. So, and the prostrate? Only with more draw. Okay. It's also so frequently bad against the knob, right? That's mostly the biggest reason. Yeah. Like the establishment for the future meditate. Until we are dead. No. Oh, doesn't it do something with the... Nee, complete garbage. They are smart. Yeah, they are so smart. Run? No, you cannot run, guys. These give you rewards. You cannot skip rewards that often. It doesn't work that way. I'm currently thinking about taking more damage. Yeah, also currently we have 6 and we could take 9. So we could take 3 more in order to set up something. I don't know. This is so rough. Yeah, what's the best line here? 9, we are not smoke bombing. I mean, come on. I mean, this is our card and our potion right there. Yeah, if you're getting wrecked so hard that you need to smoke bomb, you aren't any stronger for the next fight. I think the value of the smoke bomb is exactly if you can basically bridge the biggest garbage with it. So, kind of before you die, you do the smoke bomb. Sometimes there are these cases, right? Against Nob you have 95% and 5% to die. And the smoke bomb can basically mitigate these 5%. Okay, I think one way would be to play Like Water, Block, Miracle and Strike. Basically the entire package. with the idea to really use the vigilance like water. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, who are we striking? That's whom are we striking is the next question. Honestly, I don't know. I feel that the one reason why we can use, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, bringing the back one to 7, right? So double strike is kill. Yeah. Also the only one which can buff. What I'm saying is if you play it this way, we basically have 2 avenues to play this out. Either we play a double strike, or we play with the vigilance thing, right? Now this is the worst. What is me? What is this one? They are so clever. Do not tell me that they go above the infliction point again. I mean, we set it up so... Hey, wow. This is tilting. I mean, this is 8, 13, 18. I mean, we set it up so that this is an avenue we can take. If not all are attacking us, and also for 8. Echt? Eruption Vigilance. Nearly. I mean, what? These verbs went to Harvard? Yeah, Harvard freaking University, man. Are you kidding me? Eruption and Vigilance would also be good if... I mean... Strike Vigilance would also be good if you would have a little bit more energy. I mean, this is like... It's yeah unbelievable, right? It's yeah really unbelievable. So, getting min-maxed. Yeah, we are getting... right. So... Should have smoked? No. Even with this result, we should have not smoked. Okay, to give you an idea, the reward of the fight is half a potion, which is probably worth 7 HP. Then you also get a card reward, which is probably, if you calculate it in HP, 10 HP. Then you get gold for like 2 HP. Makes 17, makes 19. Then the smoke bomb has probably a value of like 15, 20 gold, which is another 3 HP. So unless you're losing in this fight more than 22 HP, you should probably not smoke it out. 22 is probably the inflection point here. Which is, you know, just showcasing you how ridiculously bad it is to use the smoke bomb. Okay. So, after we have this out of our way, we have 2 options. The one is basically blocking, we take 9 or we take 6. But if we take 9, we basically bam. Yeah, let's take the 6. Because these 2 cannot attack again, and then we basically solve the fight. Cool. Another solution against the cubes. Completely not needed, but it also solves the advanced hallways. Like specifically this one, which we will specifically need to take. And if we have to take it, we might die there. No, we never die, we have the smoke bomb. But you know. And we have also reach against the knob. Not so bad. Tranquility. Yeah. I guess. I mean, we have like water. Oh, 90 HP knock. Might smoke this. H. Johnson says, also anyone using the smoke bomb earlier probably just dies to Nob now if we bottom deck the battle him. You mean like this? What tranquility is a bit weird when we already spent so much time in calm? What do you mean? We have one calm intuition. And the reason why we spent so much time in calm was that we could not go eruption because we had to stay in calm. It's rather this way around, not the other way. Yeah. No, that's of course good. Hey, man, hey. The Nob what had the boot? Yeah, I had the boot, that's what you mean. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure whether this is how it works, but yeah. So it's, yeah, so calm is better. And now the question is, do we spend 1 energy for the strike? And I think we can never use this miracle later, right? Probably not, right? Yeah. I mean, if we do the miracle... No, we cannot do the miracle later, probably. So might as well use it now. And this is why we went into calm. So now we have like water option. Like water. The block which doesn't strengthen the Nob. Yeah, very clearly battle him into this. Now we can talk about it. So how is it? We would like to do it if we can survive this Nob. There's smoke here, or if we only smoke if we never win. What, 55 is max, you say? Yeah, you mean if you do not draw anything or what? What do you mean 55? Oh, so this is what you mean. Ah, yeah, 55, ja genau, 55. Yeah. And never survive? Not really. If you draw exactly vigilance. Careful not to let your pride make real new. Is 1 HP worth seeing the draw? Yeah, it's 1 HP and the sundial, unfortunately. But I am also curious. How much does vigilance... Ah, so we're shuffling out eruption. Yeah, but also if you have to kill afterwards, it wouldn't matter so much. But we don't really have to kill, right? I mean, if you draw vigilance, we go eruption, smite 33. Then he has 39, and we do not really inflict 39. $43, 29. 29? Anybody? No, yeah, we are close because we get 1 smite every turn. But it's just not 29, we have 24. Oh. It's close enough, huh? Yeah. We end in calm. Yeah, with the ending in calm. That would have been fine. I mean, the other thing is we also go to 1 and we also would lose the explode. So we would go into an advanced hall with the smoke bomb though. But yeah. And this is with the vigilance. But then we can still not deal damage. Defense give us 0. Yeah, not... I guess we block... with vigilance we block 4. But it's also not enough. We have 20, 24. So that's exactly not enough. Naja, better than dying, I guess. At least we are finally getting smoke bomb value. Or to be precise, exactly, right? Because if we would have not had the smoke bomb, we could have not done this, by the way. Yeah, so that was like the very clear showcase of how to use the smoke bomb. Unreal those patterns. The patterns are pretty crazy, yeah. If it would have been any real potion, we wouldn't have been in the position in the first place. Also true. Okay. So, what about defend and killing 1? Yeah. I mean, that's what we do, right? Or what is the other option? Always 6, man. Hey, always 6. Hey. Oh, man. So, what do we want to do? We want to go into the shop and into question mark, right? So currently we are taking 7. And we could reduce the 7 to 1 by using Explo. So we can use Explo for 6 HP. That seems to suck. So if we can solve at the moment, then we should solve. I mean, if we can solve with the defend and battle him, we should just do this. And we can, right? I mean, if we play battle hymn, defend, strike. Yeah, that's basically a solve, right? No potion. So now we have this instead of 6 HP. This is so much better than 6 HP. Tantrum. Tantrum Giria. Tantrum Wrath corresponding against the calm we picked. Tantrum. Tantrum reoccurring damage solution. Tantrum. The membership card. Into not the White Beast statue. Huh. On sale, the inner piece. Yeah. In coordination with a sundial, in coordination with our overlay wrath, corresponding with like water, and then basically matching and fitting the calm sources. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Boom! Swipe this card! Swipe this card! Ka-ching, ka-ching, swipe this card! Yeah, no, that's really good. On sale, yeah. And for the peace of the country is so freakingly strong. This is so strong. So, remove. Recalcum Tori. Yeah, no, not over remove, no. I don't think so. What are we calculating like water? Yeah, Orichalcum like Water Tori, right? It's pretty crazy. And you're basically saying we are never blocking with cards. Vigilance we would block with cards, but the base defense we would not. Or Orichalcum is bait, soon we will need other things to defend and always set with Vigilance. Yeah. I also think so. Yeah. Also the remove is really, really good. Yeah. I also think we will be happier with the remove. Keep also in mind we can take vampires with so low max HP and Darkstorm Periapt. One of the better Oris you have seen. Yeah, but the Ori is not really good. Remove defend because of Slime Boss. If we are really afraid, we could purchase a potion. Yeah. Yeah, could also take a potion. I mean, we do have the money. It's absolutely true. If you, yeah, it's a consideration. I mean, it's also specifically a consideration given that we just double the gold anyways. What potion would that be? Top 3 in duplication? Yeah, not the duplication so much, right? It's rather the top 3. The cheaper strength with our tantrum. Yeah, we could also just buy this cheaper potion with the strength, yeah. We have tantrum. Turns out it is the red slaver. Interesting. So at least we have the means to defend ourselves from this garbage. We need to make sure that no hand wrecks us. It's obvious, right? I will probably use the explode potion for reach, then the strength potion. You want to peace as well. Yeah, peace, but also miracle 6 damage, right? To give us reach. And then we have also this as reach. We have actually both as reach if the really push comes to shove. If it would really be required. We just have all the options like this. Can always use like the one or the other or both. Yeah. This is lethal next turn. Is it guaranteed? It's guaranteed, yes. So we did 21, it goes to 25. And yeah. And we basically have lethal guaranteed. In the one way or the other. Yep. No potion drop. Perfect. Consecrate. Flurry of Blows. Flurry of Blows. Lord Flurry has to be it. Why? I mean, we could, but we are not really stance dancing. We are not. We have like water. So we are not really stance dancing a lot. Like if you have like water, you basically you're not such a dancer. There was also something about the infinite thing with the sundial, no? And now we have double the gold, so now we remove like crazy. Like this is like really opening infinite a lot, like the membership with all the removed value. 6 also still not having added real cards. Huh. Non-real card, non-real cards, non-real cards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Currently 11 real cards. Next remove is 10 real cards already. Any rushdown, any pyramid, we are immediate infinite. Giria Tantrum is it? What? Yeah, and with Giria Tantrum we have also a closed loop, like a small deck with a closed loop. Don't need necessary flurry. And again, we are not dancing. I don't know why you think we are dancing. Like, this is not dancing. Yeah, like... it's we don't even have the draw to shuffle it out again. Doesn't make sense whatsoever. Okay, Battle Hymn is super. Tantrum is super. Yeah, we could use this, but this doesn't make sense now, right? I mean, with this draw, it doesn't make any sense. And then again. Yeah, having the Explode for possible reach. I don't think we can set up comfortably, so might as well not. Yeah, Vault is pretty sick. And what Lotus? Click Lotus. I don't know. The Curse Key is mediocre because we do have the Darkstone Periap. Elites you say is nothing if you go infinite anyways, and Lotus is good for infinite or what? And now what was with the infinite? You're saying we have a lot of calm. Yeah, we do. Yeah, we could do that. Yeah. We could do that. It's actually good. It looks pretty good. Yeah. I think at this point, what more like we have key already. And we also have the key. Yeah. Both things are true. So if we go infinite, I think at this point we actually want to go infinite. At which point we don't want to take the Burning Elite. Yeah. So even if you don't go infinite, it's very strong. Sometimes, yeah, it might even be stronger if you do actually not go infinite. But the one way or the other, that's probably correct. Like what we do. Yeah, if we want to go to the shop and we really want to go to the shop, then yeah, I don't want to take early Burning Elite, yeah. And the second shop would also miss one elite, so we might really just do this. Inner Peace, Vault. Okay. So this makes sense to use one potion here, and probably it's the Explode potion. Because it's a multi-enemy fight, but it's not so clear because we also don't have AoE, which potion is better, but let's see how much damage this is. 28 plus 12. 12 plus 28 is 40. So we could use this, or we can use this. Do we take 6 damage again? Cool. Yeah. So I mean, this is better against the birds. But against the birds we have Tantrum anyways, somewhat. Against the slavers, it's not very important that you deal a lot of damage splitted, right? I mean... yeah, that's not very important. But against these is also not very important. I don't know. Oh, Orikalkum is crying. Yeah, the Orikalkum is crying, sure. I mean, yes and no. But yeah, what do we do? Mann, das gibt's doch nicht. Unbelievable. So, I guess if you use this against the birds, it's still not very good, right? I think it's just this way. This is probably a good fight to use it. 14 plus 12 is 26, so that's not good. We can take 1 to deal 7. That might be actually the thing, because if he attacks again, it might be very expensive to not be able to kill him. Right? Like basically this. Yeah, now we are able to kill him. I mean, we could also pay 1 HP for the setup. This is 8, this is 13, we pay 1 HP for the setup. I would like to pay 1 HP for the setup. Oh. Yeah, you're saying we could have also danced. Not that it matters. Like, it's completely irrelevant. Mental Fortress. Upgraded. Upgraded. Oh. Apparitions. For not real HP. Or not a lot at least. With option for max HP. In a very small overlookable tiny deck. With a lot of attack and burst attack. With a lot of stabilization, with a lot of powers. With a lot of late game block and to front load block. I like these a lot. Oh. We can buy 1 apparition. Yeah, I'm not sure. Because Vault is also very strong. I'm really not sure which one it is. One more apparition, you say? Probably. No. No. Probably not. Vigilance. Tantrum. Vigilance, Tantrum, Eruption, Apparition, Strike. And which one would be down? Yeah, or might well just go into Wrath. Yeah, no, we might as well just go into Vigilance. I mean, if you play Tantrum, Eruption, Vigilance, that's better, right? Yeah, I think so. Bring the back one down. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, this hatches for if you do not draw an apparition. It also enables stuff like water. Now down this one. We need to play Tantrum for the down. Ah, looks pretty good to me. If you do this, this, and this, we take 1. Probably okay. No, that's fine, right? One again. Cuts through fate? I'm not even sure. It's green, the empty body. The relics? Yeah, the relic here, the sundial. So, well, this still gives us 2 elites, by the way. Not bad, anyways. Bad. Okay, so you would like to play the empty body, yeah? Because it's upgraded, because it stands, and in between. Now, my concerns are twofold. The number one, it's a block, which is not good with apparition, right? So you play apparition, you also have empty body. Is it good, right? Maybe yes, because against the hard pings, you can still block with the apparition, right? Or you can block on top of the apparition against mighty attacks. So it's not that bad. There's also the world where you did not get apparition, and then you can actually genuinely block with it. It comes upgraded. It's also our first exit on a corresponding big amount of attacks, Wrath and Calm, which would also fit a lot, right? With the Mental Fortress Plus we already have. It does make a lot of sense to take it. Yeah, I guess we can. Empty with like water is also weird. Yeah, but we have so many Wrath and Calm, right? We either want to Wrath with Abs or Calm with like water. Yeah. I mean, that being said, this also incentivizes stands a lot, right? So is it really that bad? Maybe I'm just talking myself into this. Crank Apparitions is OP. Yeah, OP is like a big word. I mean, the Scissors is basically also another real card, and the question is, do we really have a lot of bad cards? And we probably remove another 2 defense. So the amount of actual bad cards is really low, right? So, and yeah, no, this basically. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, also, I mean, the like water is also the question, like how much you want to rely on that anyways. Yeah. Because empty might upgrade is not so much better. That's also true. Well, actually, it's decently better, right? I mean, 3 more, I know what you mean with the apparitions, right? But, yeah. It's, 10 block is quite a difference of 7 in general. I mean, obviously. Right. There's also something about this infinite thing, though. I mean, we have 6 real cards. 7, 8, 9, 10 at the moment. And there was something with, how do we go infinite? Naja, any rushdown. And then there are also other avenues with the Lotus anyways. Like with the Lotus there are kind of a lot. Which also are enough for semi-infinite, right? So we don't need to be at 10 cards for that. So what I'm saying is, we could even pick this and it's also still okay because semi-infinites are good enough, right? Yeah. The boss, yeah, the boss is the automaton. Yeah. I don't know. There's also something about the Giria speaks against pure infinite anyways. A lot. Speaks against pure infinite a lot anyways. Tori also somewhat speaks against pure infinite a little bit at least. Arguably the Violet Lotus also speaks against pure infinite a little bit. Right, so I think we have also a lot of reasons. This also doesn't receive the upgrade, right? Given that we have Giria, we want to upgrade Giria, not Cut Through Fate. So, do we want to save an apparition for the boss? Yeah, we can either do that or we can kill him fast enough. Yeah. Mental Fortress Plus also somewhat speaks against Infinite, I guess. Oh. I don't know. It's also very helpful with the stance. Right, the stance also incentivizes it quite a lot. You really want draw? Yeah, absolutely. Apparition, Tantrum. Could use a potion. I just don't think that we need a potion, right? Maybe we should just use a potion. I mean, otherwise we overlay potions. Unless we say we have guaranteed no use potion. It does nothing this turn. What? Well, it deals extra damage. What, kill one? The minion! No! We want her to attack. We are intangible right there. We definitely want her to attack. We can continue the intangibility. It makes sense in case that we draw another one. I guess. Naja, we take a little bit of chip. Yeah, here we go. The question is, how often do we want to take this freaking chip damage, right? With this, we basically avoid the chip damage. And then we have guaranteed kill. So that's probably better. Yeah. Yeah, or we play this. And this into this is also... I don't know, whatever. Everything works. Everything works. It really doesn't matter what we do. Like, everything works here. Yeah, if it's on 0, I don't necessarily set it up. So, let's do this. Yeah, good potion use. You might even find a potion. Bag of marbles is like a potion. Somewhat. Alright. So, bowling bush, no. Fire over question mark or not? Yeah, lift. Yeah, lift. But and then the upgrade is Tantrum, Apparition. Yeah, our upgrades are really good, right? I mean, upgrading this is 120 for sure. This is 150. Yeah. What are good question marks left? Yeah, that's the other. I mean, we did not really get the very good ones, or what? Maybe, I don't know. Yeah, Apparition was okay, but yeah, also the usual ones halt. Arena, the robbers, like the Red Mask Bandits, the dude with the in syringe, like with the 3 strength, the Mutagen type. Yeah, I mean bites were not good, right? So, but I guess upgrade all is not as good as usual. So yeah. The library, yeah, it's not something we are looking for, indeed. I think we should get a good rare card though if we hit the library. But yeah. But 30% monster makes fire already better. The monster occurrence. I'm not sure whether we can apply that like full, because yes, this is a monster, but these might also be a monster. So I don't know how we should actually calculate that. But yeah, like there's a big part of monster, and monster you're saying we don't want. Because... I don't know. Why don't we want monster? Because potion doesn't matter. And cards are sometimes upgraded. No dagger side quest. Right, yeah, dagger is also still in. We did not even get the good question marks. I mean, we get 1 bite. Bites is not good for us. And we got the apparitions, which are cool, right? But yeah. So what we are waiting again for the monster? Yeah, but from what Formaging says is there's a monster opportunity, and monsters are weaker than fires. Yeah. And the dagger speaks for question marks. Yeah, if the dagger is relevant. I'm wondering about this as well. But yeah. More fun. Oh, fun, I don't know. But shop ambush is not as bad as it looks like, because we have 1 remove. We have the shopping ticket, so that's not a problem. Is adding a Vajra good? Yeah, the first Vajra is good, sure. And the upgrade on the wall is also making us considerably stronger. Yeah, it's true. And we also have upgrade on Tantrum. Yeah, I guess the fire is better. Yeah. Or Hongli is complete garbage. Is this duplication we got? No power. I don't know why I thought it's duplication. Sometimes you don't draw apparitions into a honky, it might help. Yeah, but like, you know, in comparison to a normal game state, of course it's much worse. But yeah, do we have like 3 strengths into marbles turn 1? That's also pretty sick, if you think about it. I mean, what is that? 18 base, 30, 45. 45? I found a little bit sad. Oh wait, did I just do that? -3. Okay. Yeah, I guess it's still early. What a pity. Bye bye 3 HP. Oh no, I don't want that. Nobody saw that. Okay, Person. Tantrum. Much more consistent. Did I mess it up or what? Oh my god. Please no. Oh my god. I actually thought I just played 2 apparitions. Complete brain bug, guys. Oh my god, was that bad. I don't even know whether there is a power which helps us. Fasting? Oh yeah, fasting helps us. Oh yeah. Yeah, that was easy. Buffer? What do you mean buffer? That was calculated, guys. Yeah. Nah, that was the usual like misplay after misplay. I tend to misplay after misplay because I'm pissed. And then I don't care. At the same time before, yeah, that would have been schon pretty sad. Mini heart attack, yeah, klar. So it was just like a brain bug. I don't know. I actually thought for whatever reason I went into apparition 2 turns. Weird. That got real. Yeah, I don't even know what was the good line. For whatever reason I played into Wrath. What was it? The 3 damage turn 1 snowballed. Literally, yeah. Yeah, I did some kind of draw 3 somewhere. We are only for 0, so wouldn't be the end of the world if you would have lost. Yeah, also from 10-0 I of course take it extremely serious. So this would not happen at 10-0 plus. But I'm still, at some point we got the revelation that we should actually not play like bad from 3-0 on, right? So, yeah, kind of. But yeah, he was wondering about the reshuffle when we drew 3 because of a lot of wounds left. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I did not really think about it because I literally thought we are just apparitioned. I don't know. I thought we apparitions, we get 2 smites and then we win. I mean, at the same point, I have to say it was kind of very low risk of ruin, right? I mean, the smite was basically added, right? So, at the end of the day, it only happened because 4 or 5 cards were wounds. So, it was also an extremely crappy draw. Well, what was with this draw 3? With what did I draw 3? With the inner piece or whatever, right? And we could have instead used it for exit or what? But was it kill on the blue one then? Probably right. We had apparition, or maybe not. What could we kill the blue one and even exit, right? Yeah, that's of course better. Yeah. I mean, if we can basically kill the blue one and exit without taking damage. The red one attacks us the turn after for 10, I think. And we also had like water, which basically guaranteed a full or nearly full block the turn after. Drawing Tantrum, but probably not being able to kill. I mean, we got 3 more wounds, so if you are not able to kill. We did not have the Smite online. Also, we don't have the Smite Producer online then. Which basically means the turn after. We can play Smite Producer, but we cannot go into Tantrum. Because if we go into Tantrum, we basically risk the very same which happened, just with 3 more wounds. But what we basically can do is we can... Like, we take 6 damage max, basically. Yeah, pretty much. Right. Yeah, that was pretty bad. What is here? I also didn't want to take this 3, honestly. Skip. You're skipping the Simmering Fury upgraded. With the apparitions, which guarantee us the next turn. I think I don't. I think I want it. It's also stance. It also is set up the next turn. And didn't we say that we want draw? I mean, we can probably reoccurring Simmering Fury every turn. That is amazing. You feel it's giving us an infinite? It's giving up on infinite. Yeah, let's see about this. No, I don't think it's bad. Gain 3 mana, draw 3 cards. Yeah, this is fun. Yeah. I don't think. It's just a very short, clear showcase. Not that this proves anything, but I mean, that looks pretty good to me. This is the proof, guys. This is the proof. Oh my god. Okay. Would be rush down. Ragnarok. Spiritual worship. Ultra Strict Ragnarok, yeah, the Ragnarok. What, 170 gold for a relic? Yeah, or shameful max HP. Yeah. What is Shame doing? Frail. Max HP seems better. Yeah, I don't know. I think we just give him the gold. This is getting weird. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah. I think we just pay him the gold. What is the remove currently at? I mean, the remove is already at 63. We'll probably get to 75. So at the end of the day, we remove for the Shame the same gold we pay him now. But at least we don't need to run to a shop guaranteed, you know. We don't even have the burning key. We don't even know whether we can go to a shop. Yeah. What you would have taken the mutagens instead of the transform. Oh, we are like a very, very slow setup deck. Why would we take any mutagens? Or do we have artifact? No. So... And then it's about the 6 max HP or what? You really need to remove the worship. The worship. Yeah, I mean, first of all, we also didn't know into what we transform, right? I mean, there's the... I mean, sure. Like, if these are the 3 transforms, yeah, right, but... A worship could play. Yeah, worship could even play. And Spirit Shield also can play. With all the fill hand. Yeah. I don't know. But Freight is still a brick. Yeah, that's right. I mean, if you take this, we also brick with it here. Right? So, yeah. This is just this, right? We go to 30 gold, we go to 100, as you know. Tough. And we have such an upgrade that is ridiculous. I'll take a short break, guys. Ja, Zentrum halt, ja. Okay, so what's happening? Is like Tori any relevant? No. 21 HP is perfect to take all the chip damage. So the rest we can aggressive. Sundial is enough energy for aggressive. 3 strength is superb for dealing a lot of damage. This is nothing. This at least helped like to reduce our garbage from the deck. This can be also a lot of energy. And now this is so much card for, it's disgusting. This is so much energy, it's disgusting. Oh. Pretty good. This steals something. Oh, I don't know. Stealing means it helps us, right? I guess it depends on what it does steal. For whatever reason... Yeah, we are actually energy staffed still, right? Should have used vigilance for energy. But the hyper beam is scary. I actually thought that we have it like easily resolved until then. Was that wrong? I mean, this guy stole some garbage, so that was helpful. This guy will steal more garbage, so that is helpful. And if this guy steals Ragnarok guaranteed, we should probably try that it happens. So kind of worshipping this, so that this guy can steal the Ragnarok, which is in our interest. Right. Yeah, and now we simply go off, right? So, how do we go off? By Tranquility into Tantrum. Into Inner Peace. Tantrum again. Yeah, like this, right? Water goes on. This is energy, we should definitely do this. Hardware, we should definitely do this. Yeah, this doesn't exactly look like that it will be scary. The Hyper Beam. It rather looks like Hyper Beam will never happen. Oh. Vault. Huh. Three great cards. Yeah, indeed. I mean, usually I like Vault more than Scroll though, for a lot of different reasons. Too late for upgrades. Too late. I don't know about that. But Vault is too good. Vault is probably too good. With 4 apparitions, we want to play them on side. So the upgrades on the apparitions don't matter. The upgrade on the base cards don't matter. The upgrade on Rack. There are a lot of upgrades which simply do not matter. Are cold showers really that good for you? Yeah, I like cold showers or cold pool or whatever. Yeah. Yeah. I would have really loved this one energy, but this is also giving 6 max. The Pandora's box isn't it, right? I mean, Pandora's box is literally 3 transforms, it's garbage. And this with the potion sucks, and also generally. I think this is fair. I mean, we get 3 relics, which is fair. And the curse gives us max HP. Cannot really argue too hard with this. Yeah, or was it Sacred Bark? Probably not, right? Probably. Not with the 6 max HP. I mean, 6 max HP is real. Blood Vial. Well, I guess with Apparitions it's not even that. Nah, it's pretty bad. Tungsten Rod Apparition. Hey. But the Tori, yeah, with the Tori, I don't know. Yeah, the Burning Leaf is on the left, which forces us here. And there you see that we do not have a shop, right? So there's that. It's forced, right? This is forced, this is forced. Oh! Actually, we could have... Damn. Okay, so this is forced, this is forced. Be here. Yeah, I could have went to a shop. With 125 with like 250 gold to a shop. Yeah, that could have been pretty good. Hey, yeah. The card is full. And with the card is full, I mean the hand is full of cards. Okay, so... Hmm. I think that was effective like card draw. I like that. Good that we have like chip. No, actually, never mind. I actually completely forgot that we have that. Yeah. Flurry of blows. Flurry of blows. Giria. Flurry of blows Nunchuck. Flurry of blows Dance Dance. Flurry of blows. Oh. We give up on infinite. Yeah, infinite or... Wow, I mean... Yeah, you see my infinite completely sufficient. Yeah, completely sufficient. But what we do give up on is the 12 max HP right here. For 2000 gold. Oh yeah, but we couldn't do it. That's unfortunate. Ice cream. Weak potion. Ice cream is good. Weak potion is good. Empty mind is very good. Card draw. Upgrade. Exit. Stance. Oh. Ciao. Super. Yeah. Transform sucks, remove and upgrade. Or transform 2 even. Actually, transform 2 might be better. Upgrade random is so sad, right? It's not completely sad. All these double price scammers. Yeah, right. No, upgrade random is not even that bad. And random, like, yeah, that's... I don't know, actually, any das ist schon. Also, actually, transform 2, ja? Schon transform 2. Naja, remove a card is not that much better than transform. And upgrade a card is probably worse than transform. Not so clear. Oh, we have the egg for the transforms. Yeah, that's true. That's actually a good point. Oh. Okay. Yeah, right. You're right. What? Was ist denn das? What was that? Ey, nee, das ist ja unreal. Also, we just got Vault and Scroll upgraded. Did he just get like... I mean, come on. No, 700 gold or something. That was completely crazy. That's literally the best transform possible. Yeah, it's unbelievable. I don't know what just happened. Oh, I should have probably used this. That was crazy. Really crazy. Oh my god. Yeah. That was insane. That was completely through the roof. Hey, why are we still lacking energy? Well, what the hell? How close are we to infinite? Hey, this infinite thing, I don't know. I mean, is like completely not required, halt, no? Yeah. But the Spire wants us to win. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that is for sure. I was just wondering about the flurry pick, but I think that was okay. So there is evaluate. Evaluate converts energy into block. Yeah, the flurry. The flurry is not so bad. The flurry is not. Oh, actually, we got the energy back. It's fine. Yeah, the flurry. No, it's okay, right? I mean, I guess it's okay. Yeah, it looks good to me. I mean, cool thing that you can always blitz it in. Weak potion over attack, I guess. Oh yeah. Yeah, the vacation was amazing. Absolutely. What, another flurry? We stance. Now you want to flurry. I was in Thailand. Really my favorite place of destination. So what is the second flurry even good? Is that even good even? Yeah, because we stand like crazy, right? Like absolute craziness. And we also have the flurry strengthen, which is like super big damage. Yeah, no, absolutely. Like, looks good. Yeah, probably okay. Yeah, and the nunchucks as well. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. So we upgrade these walls because it was always like the energy just plays completely. Yeah. Genau. Also forever. I mean, given. Huh. Ha! Oh, Master of Strategy. Hey, ja, okay. Ja, schon, ja. Schon. Master of Strategy upgraded, man. 4 cards just like this. Bam! Impatience, if you have no attack cards in your hand. It plays for sure. Yeah, really, because we also have the freaking smite production. But yes, I mean, it's upgraded, right? That's kind of the idea. Yeah. And then there is something about the Flash of Steel and Panacea. Panacea is also good. Also is Panacea over nothing. The question is whether it's actually Flash of Steel. And the answer is it's just Flash of Steel, right? Probably just better. I do not really see the artifact utilization. The reason for that is we might even remove Ragnarok, by the way. I don't really see the artifact utilization because use case against for the artifact. Yeah, use case is against the heart that you are not vulnerable. But with the apparitions, we do not need this use case. This use case is basically not really important. No. Ah, nee, sure. Alright. Nee, pretty good everything. So, I don't know. Hey Gordy, thanks so much for the sub, man. Yeah, so I do take this, right? I do take this. Strike dummy. What? Nah, one flurry is whatever. I was not even so sold on the flurry. So honestly, it's probably completely whatever. I was really very break even on that flurry. And I was on the second one. Hey, what was with this impatient plays for sure? Like, is it real that it plays for sure? I mean, we have a lot of smites, right? But yeah, wondering. So, impatient. Oh. Not the miracle. No, we can always play the miracle, of course. Yeah, maybe we want to remove there, I don't know. It's weird. There is something about this. We don't even want to kill it, so whatever. Once we are on the energy train, which energy train? Which energy train is that? You mean with the ice cream? Mantra Divinity is actually blocking with the Mental Fortress. We want that. Honestly, I don't even know what we really want. There's Foresight also, which is pretty insane with the vaults. Foresight Vault is like actually quite the sick combo. Because the problem with Foresight is that it doesn't give you immediate value. But if you play Foresight Vault, it does give you immediate value. The Cuts through Fate Plus though. Yeah, I think the Foresight is actually beating the Cuts through Fate Plus here. Because of the vaults. So Foresight is probably break even usually on Scry 3.5, but in the late game probably break even on Scry 3. If you have really nothing to synergize with it. But if you have stuff to synergize with it, it's definitely good. And Cuts through Fate, well, I mean, damage is falling off for once, right? So, the card draw is now completely bad. We don't want that card draw. Like this. I'm really curious about the Prey though. With Mental Fortress you basically block an extra with the Divinity. And also you deal much more damage of course. But probably not it. No. How would we feel about the Deva form? Deva form with the Waltz is super good, yeah sure. And we can circulate our energy, not a problem. Plays already. Pretty good. Yeah, pretty good everything. I mean, he can regenerate, but actually he cannot. Kunai. Yeah, right. What's the Peace and the Omniscient? On double Foresight, double Apparition, double Fortress? Even Vault if we want that? Double Apparition you want? Yeah, sure. Well, Spirit Shield was stronger, you mean because of remove garbage, but for that we also lose a turn or what, not really. Yeah, probably Spirit Shield was better. So what is this? We have one of this energy thing or what? I really don't know, I lost a little bit the overview. I don't know. Really weird. So we have to set up a lot of stuff. Wait, and we don't have the energy or what? I'm so confused. Like what? So we do not have the energy. But this gives us divinity or what? I guess it is somewhat confusing. Oh, this we could have played in Divinity, this thing. Hmm. I mean, I guess we somehow get there. By just spamming stuff. I'm not exactly sure what I'm doing right now. But it appears to work. This we take, right? Kind of card for energy. We won. With the fasting power, yeah. That was the breaking point of this run, where we actually lucked out. Completely unreasonable though. That was rather sad. But I guess sometimes lucky. Yeah, I do speak some Japanese. Sure. Yeah, sometimes we have these decks which are way too strong and you just don't know what to do because they are so freaking strong. I really don't. Oh. Now there's also Omni. Omni Ragnarok is also always a thing, by the way. Yeah. Yeah, we can also always Omni the Curse, I'm aware. I'm not exactly sure whether we want that though. Probably not. This gives us energy back. Yeah. So this is also good, yeah. This is also energy. And we always want the energy, or what? Probably. The energy build up for a few turns with intangible. Yeah, or that, yeah. I mean here for example, I guess. Yeah, so somehow I'm not really... I have the feeling that we are not really, yeah, going off as much as we could. I'm pretty certain we could go off a little bit harder. Somehow. Yeah, I'm not sure. Spirit shield. Yeah. Why not? Why not? So there was now this discussion about Spirit Shield or the... Yeah, no, that works, that works. Okay, yeah, that's fair. So what was now about this, as a Spirit Shield or Apparition? Like there was some, like why is, also, Apparition makes us also invincible next turn. And Spirit Shield doesn't. But on the other hand, we have, no, I mean, I think Apparition is better, right? Why should Apparition not be better? Yeah. You take garbage out. Yeah, but I'm not even sure. I mean, is Spirit Shield that bad? I'm not super convinced. No. Oh. Like this. I mean, it's also that the Impatience doesn't need to play that often, right? Like if Impatient plays sometimes, that's more than enough. So this is this, and then we have like Water Vault. Hey, good morning, test user. Thanks so much for the sub, man. So what do we have? Ah, I didn't, you know, one thing. I forgot the chucks, yeah. I forgot the chucks. Okay. What? No. I thought the chucks are not wasted. Oh yeah, right. We have ice cream. You're right. You are right. Yes. Everything planned. That's absolutely right what you're pointing out. Bam! And so the Watcher watches the Spire. Huh. Upgrade which? Ja, Vault halt, ne? One energy. Okay. Take a short break. Finesse, yeah, Finesse is super good. But we definitely don't need another rushdown. So, what did we say? The finesse is insane, right? Literally insane. Kunai, extra card for hyper omega stabilization, left, right, this, that, whatever. Insane. So, what weakness? Weakness without the apparitions. Rather have him bro against the Spire Shield, Spire Spear than this, right? Sold. So, what the pair? Yeah, no. Probably just the whetstone and the remove, huh? Oh. Oh, also tranquility. What a pity. So, yeah, remove strike. We could also remove Ragnarok. Why is strike better and why is Ragnarok better? There are literally nearly no reasons why Ragnarok should be better. Ragnarok is basically a triple strike. A little bit better than this. And a strike is a single strike. Thing is, we have strike dummy. So why is it good to have triple strike? Like in the form of a Ragnarok, right? And is strike is better for kunai, strike is better for nunchuck, strike is better for the draw 3. Strike is simply better for everything. And Ragnarok just sucks. In all aspects imaginably. Imaginable. Yeah. Ragnarok is just really bad. I mean, wow, does it suck. What, we can omni the Ragnarok? Yeah, we can omni it. But we can also just remove it. You like wasting 3 energy. Yeah. That's right, yeah. So, hey, the blue eyes. We have blue eyes, guys. We have one eye which is not blue. We have like a pink eye and a blue eye. Okay. So, this. What, the worst hand imaginable? I don't know. We don't actually have so many bad hands, honestly. Oh, the shuffle now cost energy. No, I'm mad. Oh, Omniscience Divinity, guys. Did we already mention that? We have even that combo in the deck. Yeah, the Omni Divinity combo. That's a combo we also have. Wow, a Mandel fan. Boah. Boah. Huh. Okay. I guess this is better. And the battle hymn. Hey, we don't even want to play this garbage, right? But this gives us dexterity. Not bad. Yeah, or we go Divinity. It's a little bit late, but what is the Omni doing? Double Foresight or double Mental. Double Foresight for style points. Could have memoried the Mental Fortress. Memoried. But we don't even have it. Or what do you mean? What? Memoried? Where? That was in the run where we nearly got nobbered. And of course the fasting to keep things interesting. For good measure. Yeah, the transform too. Yeah, that was actually the run where we transformed into 2 super sick. Yeah, that's actually also correct. Yeah, sometimes lucky, huh? Okay. Wait, the heart is already maxed out. Why don't you say anything? The dexterity farm. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Of course. What else? What else? If it's not for the dexterity farm, what could it be? Yeah. No, absolutely. So I will probably do some gardening work. Also, like a bigger break. Maybe a nap. Maybe also bouldering. I don't know. Like a lot of activities. But I will be probably back in the noon. Or what time is it? I have to adjust my time. Oh, but maybe not clicking on it now, because otherwise I click end turn and then we are dead. Yeah, but probably in the noon, afternoon, most likely. So what are we doing here? But we have great runs, by the way. Each single one we had was amazing, literally. I mean, I don't know. Watcher runs are just so much fun because of all the stuff you can do. You know, there's literally nearly never something like, oh, you're just crippled and you can do nothing about it. You know, like. Bad luck for you. You just got crippled. Yeah, didn't get anything. Bad for you. Yeah, just doesn't happen in the Watcher, which is super cool. I like it a lot. Oh. It's playing the Watcher? It's so amazing. I mean, no, there are some people trash talking the Watcher, but I don't. It just gives me the stuff I want to have from Slay the Spire. Action, player agency, and stuff to do. Yeah, really. I mean, also with the mechanics, like scry mechanic, this gives you so much agency, it's amazing. Really nice. Guys, thanks so much for watching. See you later. For more push-ups.